Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I'm still not flat today because I think my PC can actually handle all the thing. I think the game is not too intensive, I feel like, maybe, hopefully. I think. I'm not too sure actually. I need to recenter my camera a little bit. I don't know why it messed up. I think this works. Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi Jameson. Hi Chip. Hi Roxas. Welcome. I'm sorry for being late today. Lots of things happened this morning. Also, oh yeah, it is Good Friday. Happy Good Friday. Or to those who's like, yeah, if it's like Friday over there, then happy Good Friday. If it's not, then maybe it's not Good Friday yet. But still, right? I think this morning is like the first time I tried to. I mean, usually I don't really look after my nephew as much. I pretty much just like stay there and do nothing. But this time I actually tried to like teach, I guess. Can I say teach? Nah, I don't think I'm teaching. But I think it's kind of working this morning. I mean, it feels extremely weird, but it's fine. I think. Um, it's kind of a weird feeling. I I cannot say that I like it. I cannot say that I hate it too. it it's a little bit of a both. Right? It's a little bit of a both. Also, I should probably bring back. Is that captions? Oh yeah, I can use captions anymore because the captions are. Is it? Is it down? Oh no, it's not down. Well, OBS WebSocket. I should probably put in captions now. Or oh, how do I use OBS WebSocket again? Hi me. Hi me. Welcome. I need to oh, yeah, there we go. WebSocket server settings. Remote address. Oh, it's this. You do. No, I don't know. I don't know. Hope you're good. I'm feeling much better today, but I feel bad because I'm supposed to do art today, but I don't feel like it. Uh, but but I will do at least one day of art this week. I have to. Hi, Brecky. Raccoin, you enjoy this game? Lots of bling bling. Yeah, I've been told, and I played the demo. It's like, oh my god. Yeah. Oh, is there no? Oh, I have the captions now, I think. So if I start caption, is it gonna appear on stream? I don't think so. The Twitch caption by itself is kind of bad. I have the WebSocket on. Send captions directly to OBS. I have that, but what do I do after? It's this thing. Apply, okay. Hi, Dragon Colony. Welcome. Welcome. Why am I trying to do this now? I mean, I suddenly realized that I might need a closed captions, but I feel like there has to be a way to not use the overlay extension on Twitch, but put it into OBS directly. I feel like it could be a browser source, but captions? Double check. Browser source. Send captions to your meeting. Oh, caption settings? No, not caption settings. Mm. I'm not too sure how to do it. Guess I'll figure this out maybe after. I guess I'm one step forward with the Talk to Me Guzman closed caption. Also, hope Dragon Colony is doing good. When Tara waits, my heart melts. Someone debuff her? No, I cannot get debuffed. No debuff. I am my fluff. My fluff makes me immune to debuffs and stuff. Diabetes embodied? I mean, that's not wrong. Oh wait, actually, let me Google this one. Don't me use closed caption obvious website get connection. Connecting StreamCC to obvious WebSocket settings. Enable server? Ensure enable WebSocket server is checked. I mean, obviously. Oh, I need to do get that right? I will. Oh, captions? It says I have captions now, I think? You can toggle on obvious WebSocket as a destination for captions. That doesn't say much. As a destination for captions. But how do I make it appear on my stream is the question, no? It's been enabled. This is so weird. Doing man today, woke up this morning super depressed, felt stuck, I wanted to scream and cry, took a nap at 2 something in the afternoon and feel better. Sorry about that. I can't really help with that much, but I hope being here helps a little bit. Oh, someone's having the same problem. Okay, I mean, I'm sort of like doing this right now. I don't know why, but oh, this upvote, but no one replied to this one. I had the same problem though. This thing are shiny, so no. How could you? Oh my god! Hi, Attic Monster. But they are my shiny. You can't just steal them. I'll put I'll put I'm a cobalt sign so that my shiny wood cannot get stolen. Welcome, hope you're doing it. I don't obvious web socket. Press start is insane. Press start?
Hello
Wait.
and welcome.
Oh, thank you. Monster is here. Kobo magic. Ooh, me told me I had to come say I'll be crushed the Kobo. Hey, I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. But can a monster get crushed like a walnut though? I thought monster is tonk. Maybe. Also, hi Mama Dragon and hi Akko. Welcome. I don't know how to put in the captions. It's okay. I will. Wait, what is this? Okay, that's dumb. It's okay. I enabled the WebSocket, connected it. Attic is a great being and close friend of Hope's. Oh, I actually lurked at I lurked at Attic's channel for a bit. I think it was a while ago, but then because of time zone difference, I cannot do it again. Time zone's weird. But yeah, it's nice to meet you. It's the attic monster. I should hide. Well, I'll do the caption thing later. No captions, it's fine. For a little bit. I should get the titles. I'm gonna put a lock on that attic door. Actually, oh, I'm gonna look weird. Look, if attic monster looks like that, I'm okay actually. T-bone. Don't worry about it. Oh, thank you. Mm-hmm. I think I know attic. I know attic through Hickory. And then that time I still and that time I was streaming at my nighttime. Yeah, but it was like a long time ago. I also need to catch my breath. Oh my god. I get Raccoin and get Isekai as a puking as a puke king. And I have to stream to survive for his hypnosis of the anime. I mean, sounds about right. Do you used to go by a different name, species, and all? Yeah. I changed entirely. So when I first started streaming, my channel name goes by the name Goldroxen. It is like quite a long time ago. And I used to look like this. And then eventually I become this little bold. So yeah, I changed a bunch actually. I went from that to a dragon, to a snake, and now I'm a Kobo. Also, I keep forgetting that chat triggers hype train as well. Stomp game hibernate so long. Yeah, actually, you're right. You're right. You're right. At some point, I should bring it back. It's been a long time actually. But for now, though, I want to play the money game. I found my money game. But the Kobo is so cute. It's okay, Kobo is not gonna go anywhere. Your basement is stuffy? Oh, what makes you think that I put him in my basement? No, I don't do that. Oh, I found my shiny game. It's very shiny. There. I remember buying this game almost immediately with my Counter-Strike money. I still have some. With my Counter-Strike money, when Roxas told me about it, it's like, hey, the game's out. It's like, and I immediately bought it. I bought the best game. I played this game's demo. There, I still have the demo. Oh, I only played for 3 hours? That's actually kind of weak. That's actually kind of weak. I thought I played more than that. Bye demo. I have the full game now. Is Guilty Gear still getting updates? Holy shit, I'm surprised. Anyways, oh, there we go. I cannot read. Kobe is super cute. I'm gonna cry. She put in the attic for company. If attic doesn't mind. If attic doesn't mind, definitely. Alright, let me open up this one. I think I'm gonna close my own music for now and listen to the in-game music. Oh, I also need this thing. The Raccoin. Monster Hunter Wild or World? Gonna get some breakfast, I'll be AFK a bit. Have good food. Have the best breakfast. Make up waste money. It's okay, I'm only using my Counter-Strike money. Playing with someone for 6 hours on the Arch 10. Oh, so it's Monster Hunter Wilds? Do you really still know win? No way, it's not that hard. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say that. It's kind of hard actually. If you want, I guess tonight I can help you a little bit. Help us improve the game. Like to collect anonymous gameplay data. You can opt in below. I'm okay with that. Pixel size. Does pixel size affect moments? Other than that, I'm surviving. Okay, I mean, it shouldn't be too much of a problem then. Let's go super high. Crunchy. Where's my mouse? Why is my mouse behind this? Crunchy. Oh, it's so crunchy. Okay, I'm lowering down the music and environment. And then I'm gonna max out the coin ball. I'm gonna max out the coin ball. Replay or yep. Yes, Gamba. Oh, you guys cannot see this. that was my... Oh, you guys gonna hear the Steam noise, right? Breen messaged me. Okay, if this is too loud, then I'll turn it down. But for now, let's keep it this way, okay? Gram fix. Uncheck to reduce GPU. I think my GPU is fine, question mark? Let's reduce a little bit of flashing. I don't want epilepsy warning here. Green! Focused on yep. Well, at least last I saw you were playing yep with... I only recognize Brynth, I think. Oh, you already rated out. Oh, okay. Sorry. That game is silly. Isn't that game's like what was the game again? Repo? I think that game is like Repo, no? It's time to Kobo. I need the money. Do we need tutorials still? Nah, I know how this game works already. Ooh, Bunai, Dogo, Raccoon, Bunai, Dogo, Big Eater. Oh my god, I want this one. Alright, let's play. I think I know how to play this one. Alright, let's play. Breen, we love Breen. Silver Spoon. Start a new run with more than 10 silver coins in play. I haven't played the game yet, I already got an achievement. This game's easy, what can I say? Is there a way to like disable... Give me a second. How do you... Oh, there's no way to disable... Ah, there we go. I think this works now? No, I've been lied to. Huh, weird. It's definitely not here though. It's okay though. Oh my god, it's so pixelated. I like it though. Have you guys ever played in a real, like, coin pusher arcade cabinet? Not me though. I feel like those things are very money consuming, I feel like. Also, I think the game's a little bit loud now. Actually, I feel like it's fine. But the shiny sound is so good. It blows my eardrums a little bit sometimes, but I'm okay with that. Oh, I'd like to watch. Oh! Yeah, the shiny sound is so good. Oh, gave it. Ever seen one in the Huku? I've only seen the Huku cheese before with coin tokens. Breeze nursed. Nursed. Ooh. Ooh, easy. I don't have to do anything. Oh my god. Get in. Okay. Oh, Chuck E. Cheese. Funky bottle small. It's okay. Bakugan badge? Am I playing Bakugan now? Is there a dragon here? Tell me there's a dragon in this game. If there's a dragon in this game, I'll spend 10 more hours. Maybe not, I'll spend maybe like 100 more. Maybe 200. 40% chance for coins to give 1 ticket when scored. At round end, gain 1 ticket per coin in hand. That sucks, no? Choco coin? Three rounds later, weaken. Becomes a weak coin. plus 6 value per coin it touches. This is really strong, no? On exchange plus corrupts into bad coin. What? Okay, there's a lot of new things now. There's a lot of new coins and stuff. I love it. I want this one. Let's buy this one. It's good for round start, I believe. Detonates all prize balls in place. Balls. Anyway. On exchange plus 8 ticket. But then it will get corrupted afterwards, you know? This is a little bit of a risk play. I don't want it. I don't want to take risks early on. Alright, here we go. Ooh. How did they even capture the noise? It's so good. I wonder what triggers that autofill. X-ball? Miss. Power stacking? What happened? Oh my god. Wait. Oh, that's what it is. And the push? Ooh. My ears are bleeding. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, it's too loud actually. It's actually too loud. Okay. Let's put everything at 69, how about? You know, like a funny haha number. UI volume is fine actually, but I'm putting everything at 69 because a funny haha. Music is fine. It's okay, only my eardrums are broken for a little bit, it's fine. Plus 2 ticket for each coin, select the arrow. This is too good. On exchange, 35% chance of getting 2 times coin. Not that good, I feel like. And the vertical... 2% conversion to silver currently, so if I... while in play plus 3% conversion, right? Wine play clip? Oh, wine play or clip this time? Plus 5 value? That's a buff. I want this one. Bad coin in 3 round. Let's reroll once. Air token. Immune to effects that destroy coins and clip. Ooh, new cheap butt. I could buy these too. That's it. Screw badge. Strongly shake the cabinet. I have 1 ticket left, it's fine. Oh. Really? Oh, I detonate it, but I don't get it. I detonate the thing, but I don't get the thing. You've cleared the bad coins. Oh, did I? When price slots are full and the price ball is scored, 70% chance to duplicate. Price ball is dropped. Oh. Oh. Increased chance of buy one get one in shop. This is really good actually. Equal coin? When spawn, gain value equal to 12 times the highest sale price among coins and clip? I don't know what that means, but I'm buying it. When touching, then weaken. So, oh, when two bunai touch each other, they breed. Okay, they breed. foolish coin. While in play, +1 score, right? On exchange explosion. This is good. I guess I'm gonna get one of these and this. After 6. Oh, so every 6 coin, every 7th one will be silver. 1 shaped candle. Math coin value per math coin in play. There's no math coin. I can get silver pain first. Rain tree the sick of your most purchased coin. Sure. I don't like Goopy Eye Plushie Raccoon. Why I Goopy? That one I actually have no idea. Rain. Get money. And then put everything in. Oh yeah, I have the desktop vacuum, right? Yeah, desktop vacuum. Pulse match combos won't break for 10 seconds? Sure. $381. Oh, really? 84 tower. And then another one. And then another one. Oh, yikey beaky. So am I gonna get 2 towers now? One push and then another one. Oh, it's still kind of loud though. Can I get in though?
Oh, what? Good girl, bark.
Oh. Okay. Naive. Let's turn this down. I think this is fine. Oh, Eevee is doing good. We get more horizontal? Yeah. Draws in coins and select the area and scores them all. Cookie redemption when bankrupt plus 20 in hand. Spawns 40 cookie? Then it is destroyed? What does the cookie even do? Raccoon poster on exchange plus 8 to sale price of coins and clip exchange cost. Oh, sale price here? Maybe not. Marsoin? Plus 0.5 score rate per prize ball spawn. Resets each round. Oh. Oh, I love glue coin. Unless they changed it. And 6 to coin it touches plus 8 value to them. Wait, they buffed this. I think it was plus 6 before, if I remember correctly. Plus 2 is crazy though. One more. Glue. Malt coin. If I buy this, I'm just gonna exchange every time, like maximum exchange. I'm doing it. One more time. On exchange, obtain a random coin. I got 200 with this? I'm selling this one. I want this. let's save some money. Well, save some ticket. Oh, next round, bad apple coin? Applies the mini modifier to unmodified coins it touches. It's a little concerning. But here you go. Ayoy. That was nice. Oh, that's the bad coin. What is that? Well, exchange all, and then boom, 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 and then throw it in, and the shop. That was perfect, actually. Salsa figurine. Oh, this is really good. Each bankrupt plus 1 score rate. Each bankrupt? Can you even get bankrupt multiple times? Actually, I want some visual clarity. Let's do standard. Coinado. After 12 coins inserted, move towards scoring zone. Okay. Kobo coin is fine. Relic coin is also fine. It's not that good. Square pocket watch. On exchange, chips with round effect will have a chance to trigger immediately? Rarer chip, lower chance. Oh. I can verify ever round effect. Is cheap round? I think I'm pretty round too. And set coins in selected area to value of the most valuable coin in it. Oh! That could be huge. Okay, let's throw everything in and then hope for the best. Ay, what happened? Saucer. I think I messed up, did I? Oh my goodness! There's no coins on the thing anymore. Let's sell this. Oh, it's just one more time? Oh, oops. Okay, too many. One prize slot, 2 free rerolls per shop visit. Let's do one prize slot. I think prize is really fun to play with. Work coin or exchange plus 8 ticket. I think we can use this one. So we put this in, exchange everything, and hopefully I just get rid of it after. After target score has been reached, coin score times 2 ticket. Oh, so even if I get past the target score, and then after that, each coin I get is 2 ticket? That's insane, no? I feel like that could be like a shit ton of ticket, I feel like. I feel like I'm gonna need this. Sell this one, buy this one. each conversion plus 2 ticket. What conversion are we talking about? Plus 20 value to nearby coins. Relic coin. We need to sell something. We need to like trigger the UFO collar here. Oh, that's a lot of charmy coin. Sell all of them. Max? Okay. Get them back. Applies the giant modifier to unmodified coin it touches. That sounds good. Angry dog bird. Times 5 autofill triggered this round. Score rate times 3. Oh, more than 5 autofill triggered this round. How do I even trigger autofill? Like I'm not even sure how that works. Oh, no effect because of this one. At round end, gain plus 30% of coin of ticket balance. Oh, plus this thing. I feel like Landlord is better than this one. Because it's at round end, usually I can have a lot of these. Yeah. One more. Speakeroin. Plus 3 ticket to sell price of all coins and clip per new coin it touches. Eh? Plus 6 value per coin it touches. Only have 1 bunny coin. Get this. I want this one. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, let's do it. Go! Throw everything in! Shake! Shake! That's fine. Oh wait, this tower! Ah, I didn't see it! Oh, I already did it. Wait, let me throw in all the coins real quick. Okay, there we go. That was... that was out of hand. That was way too much coins. Which is good. Never enough coins. Is weaken good? I don't think so, right? What's the upside of this? There's only downside. I wanna see. Sensor Roin emits a laser to score the highest value coin and coins in its path. You can pin and mouse over what it does. It doesn't say what this coin does. There's no upside to this one. This only 3 rounds later weakened, so that's only like downside. But I'm buying it because I'm curious. Red packet coin? Oh my god. Moonlight Clan. When coin in hand are less than 6, score rate plus score rate times 1.3. So 30% more, I think? That's pretty good, no? Bait coin. While in play, plus 1 value to all. Ooh, okay. Bubble gum. Wait. Nick. Hello, Nick. Hi, Kobo. Hope you're doing it. Kobo friend. Kobo friend. Oh yeah, I should buy random coins and sell them. Attracts the at round end plus 3 to 6 value per nearby. Is that good? Per remaining exchange? It's plus. I need to play exchange though, but if I don't play exchange, this is OP, you know? Police dog doll. On exchange, all bad coin moves towards scoring zone. We don't need this. We already have, yeah, look at that. Already have a lot of... per remaining exchange. So we don't play exchange? Oh, we exchange properly. This is still good. And then I kind of want this one just in case. I'll have score, right? Less than 6. Nah, probably stock though. I'm gonna sell there, okay. Plus 3 bars of spin energy on round start? I don't know what that does. What a coin. One more. The folding screen. Per coin score in a specific side. On a specific side? I guess it shows. It's the Kobo thing? I feel like that's not that worth. Set points is like the area to value of the most valuable coin. I don't know if that's working, but I'm buying it anyway. Alright, let's start. Oh, it's already next round. Trash can lit while in play, target score plus 10%. Huh? That's kinda bad, no? It's okay, we got this. Throwing all the coins! Hey. The fuck happened? What happened? Oh. I'm gonna exchange all of them and then throw all the coins in. Okay. Fragile fishbone? Influence coin movement, please remove. What's happening? You get bigger multiplier not using exchanges. Yeah, but I already got through the target score, no? And then I'm just gonna push as much coins into the field as much as possible before the next round starts. Can I score more? Well, I also want to like put more coins for the next round. Retain unused coin at round end. Oh, this could be huge though. If I end the round, oh, use all the exchanges, and then I can get more coin. Ooh. Ooh. White hole? Drawing coins is like the area transported back to the upper platform. That looks fun. All that feels fun, actually. Mob coin, whirlwind coin. Oh, I have polystock doll. That's why it's so easy to get rid of the fucking... of the bad coins. killer coin. Kills nearby bad coin. Each kill plus 20 ticket. Destroy up to 6 kills. We don't need that. We have the Polystock doll. Okay, next up. Round pocket watch. Coins with round effect have a chance to trigger immediately. Oh, round. At round end. Effect with the phrase at round start, at round end, or next round. Ooh. I want all the good cheat. Oh. Half coin consumes half ticket balance plus 10 value per ticket consumed. That's like a nuke coin. This is a nuke coin of how much ticket I have. I don't want to lose my ticket though. Just a few more times. Coffee marshmallow. At round start plus 8 value to coins in play. Pack in case of emergency. No, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. When coin becomes silver, plus 0.2% to coin conversion rate. What? That's huge. That's absolutely huge. Applies the energized modifier to unmodified coin it touches. This is good, right? Okay, I think we're good. Let's do it. Boom. Oh my god. What's happening? White hole! Yeah, get them back. What is happening? Okay, everything calm down. Ooh, I'm still far from the target. Let's wait for it with this one. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Yo-yo unlocked. Ooh. Did I mess up? I feel like I messed up, no? Now we exchange this and then enter shop. Raccoin? Raccoin? When inserted N at round start, plus 0 to 5 in hand. Eh? Inserted? At round start? I guess that's good. I bought the most chummy coin. Oh yeah, I need to sell things. Okay, maximum. I feel like desktop vacuum is like so good. Immune to effect that destroy coins and clip. This doesn't happen, at least not now. Red packet, whirlwind, this one. Boost coin, boost coin. Again. Oh yeah, I never saw what Choco Coin does. Ay, it's okay. I literally will never understand what's going on in this game. I messed up, I think. I thought you were doing good. What? I messed up. I thought I messed up because even with how much coin I score, I don't get a lot of like points at the end, so yeah. And then the balance price helped me towards the end. Copying toast. Spin. If the reward has a number, add it to... It's not that good. And on the specific site, I don't know how big that specific site is, to be honest. In 2 rounds. That would require combo for spin energy. Can I get chip size? So I modified coin to 4 mini coins destroyed after 15 uses. I think that's huge. I think that one is huge. One more time. Giraffe coin? At round start, long neck sweeps around twice. What the heck? That's so cursed. This one gains ticket. I have no ticket. I want giraffe coin. Alright, here we go. Go giraffe! What the heck? I'm not ready yet. Oh my god, what's happening? What the fuck? Alright, we're good. Oh, that was quick. Police light prevents next wave of bad coins destroyed afterwards. Ah, but it requires this one. I have police stock though, it's fine. At round start plus 8 value to coins in play. No. Oh yeah, I need to buy some like... Ooh, I'm on this. I know how to use this, I think. Nice. 8 coin. This one. Maybe not the red packet. I already have a lot of tickets, and this one keeps giving me more tickets. It's bilateral logic. Unless you are flattening the score into oblivion pace, you're not super winning. Not on my first ever run in the entire game, no. I feel like those are like the... After playing the game for maybe 100 hours plus, then maybe I should think about that. That's a very, like a very late game logic. Oh yeah, next round. We have poly stock though, it's fine. We have maximum this. No, I need more tickets. Never enough ticket. Oh, nice. Bullish coin plus 1 score, right? Sure. More bait coin. Oh, white hole is kind of funny though, I like it. Boost coin is good. Blue coin. I'm just gonna buy all of these. For price ball spawned. I think that's good. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. Okay, let's do it. Get in! Get in! 6. Oh my god, that was 6k. 2k. And then get back up. Exchange all of them. Then enter shop. Sell this one. Oh shit. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Whoa. The area effects from price is expanded. Autofill is no limit on the number of users. Dog food. I still don't know how to like I still don't know how to trigger autofill. But angry blowfish is gonna be so good. Yeah. Let's have this one. Ooh, Raccoin is good. Okay, we could roll bullish coin. I already have 10k. I don't think I need this anymore. Zero. Ooh, I like this one. In 3 rounds, while in play, instead of being scored, coins are destroyed while falling into scoring zone. Destroyed after 30 uses. So 30 coins gonna get destroyed instead? That doesn't sound too bad. I'm literally scoring like thousands of coins, I think. So much so that so much so that it's blowing my eardrums off. But that's in 3 rounds, so it's fine. Any coin that I can buy? I want more glue coin. I love glue coin. Oh, lightning coin is also really good. Change this one. I should look at prices. Let's play White Hole. Shy Raccoon plus 30 value for all coins in play, but -4 per chip equipped. So per chip -4. Oh, so it's -20. Currently it's only +10 value for all coins in play. It's not that bad, but I don't have chip slot anymore. I think this is good. I don't want to re-roll with this much money. Maybe I can do... No, I don't wanna. Just one more time. Try this thing. Well, it's kind of worth it. Alright, let's do it. Throw it in. I'm just gonna sell them. 2k. Exchange all of them. I want to get into the shop. Oh my god, it's scoring my coins. Okay, we good. Radiation coin. I think radiation plus 1 is in nearby coins. This is pretty good. This one. We don't need speaker right anymore. Black hole? Nah. Chummy coin. Oh yeah, I need to like sell coins, I forgot. Saw coin, whirlwind. I never seen how saw coin works. silver bean when clip is empty. Plus 35% conversion rate. Currently I'm at 16.6. I mean, it's gonna get destroyed on its own. $8K out of this. Landlord. Landlord, so good. I want to play this plus silver bean when clip is empty, and then it's gonna be like a lot of silver coins. I also like the police dog doll. No, I think my current build is fine. As much as I like to play this plus this, it's gonna be crazy. So let's say maximum 40% plus 35%. So that's like 65% chance of every coin being every coin spawn becoming silver. But it's okay. The silver polishing machine doubles silver and gold coins value? What? Is the game telling me something? I have to. Fine. Fine. Oh, this one. Mod coin? On exchange. Round effect. It's the bean again. The game is giving me a chance. Okay. One more time. Glue coin? I like glue coin. Reroll 50. Oh, okay. Prevents next wave of bad coins destroyed afterwards. I'm actually gonna keep one of these. Okay. There's only one bad coin, so it's fine. And Kobo's gonna go feral over the shiny noises. Like 4 to 1? It's almost a funny number. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Shit! Get back. Exchange all of them. Enter shop. Right, that's beautiful, that's beautiful. Nice execution, I like that. Next round. Oh, it's a last round. Let's try playing with Bunny. I mean, if I can get like a shit ton of Bunny coins, it's gonna be huge, you know? It's just gonna constantly breed non-stop. Just like a Kobo. And Kobo only breed non-stop when there's a dragon nearby. Don't worry about it. Why is there alarm sounding? Boop. Wait. Why am I getting bonked? And Kobo said nothing wrong. Kobo never lies. I never lie. Yeah, I should drink. And Kobo is feeling so thirsty for some dragon. Don't worry about it. And Kobo is fine. Kobo's fine. Ooh, okay. Bunny is not that strong, huh? That's unfortunate. It feels like... Bunny feels like a really fun coin to play with. Okay, we got Max. Boost coin? Oh my god, heck yeah! Think we good? Whirlwind coin? Literally perfect? Okay. The last round, I'm pretty sure I got this in the bag. Right? Also, I realized that my PC, my model is like constantly dying here. So here's what I'm gonna try to do. Gameplay. Yeah, I might have to do this. I think we're good. Let's start. Ooh. Yeah. Coin. Shake. Coin. Oh my god. Sell. 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 Use. 6k. Exchange. Oh, is there no endless? Holy fuck! How many times? One more item? Boom. Here you go. 20k. Easy. 7. Oh my god. 65%. Sell. Oh, trigger again. Oh. I'm having scientific notations on my first game. Scientific notation. So I assume end round means no endless. I'm gonna hope the game asks, right? Endless. And give me endless. I'm unlocked so many things. Oh! Every hunt has a 50% chance to spawn shitcoin? That's literally dookie? On exchange, you gain an extra animal coin. Oh. And crispy ticket. Inserted coin have 10% chance to become cookie? So cookie's bad? Question mark? Best score. I already got the scientific notation. So I'm gonna unlock everything now? And Gala. New music, I assume? Custom wheelchair. Oh, custom wheel choice. Oh. I thought that's like a... that disc, you know, they have like a thing that steps on the disc and then the disc spins. I don't know what that's called. A record? I think I'm... Cha Chan Teng. Oh my god, it's Cantonese! Cha Chan Teng, it's like a local eatery. I was like, what is that? I got this. What the heck? There's no way, right? Yeah. Oh. Let's go endless. Anti-loss strap. You can lock shop items to buy later. One price stack limit. Oh, wait, that's really good. I want to see how far I can go with this. 2 moin? When inserted, gain value equal to 10 times the total sale price of coins and clip that destroys the cheapest coin. I guess that's good. Okay, there we go. Nice. Ooh, I like umbrella. Percentoin? When scored at 5% of target score to current score. Oh. That feels pretty fun to play. One more. Okay, we have a whirlwind. I kinda need that. Total sale price of coins and flip. Oh, 10 times. No. I want this one. Rich doll consumes 30% of balance. Coins in second era gain value equal to the tickets consumed. Oh no. I mean 20%. Ugh. Fine. Alright, sell this, buy this. How much is 20%? Alright, here we go. Throw everything in. Ooh, 6 million. I'm just gonna do this. What's happening? Why is this here? I didn't do anything. What? What is this coin? What? Oh my god, my PC's dying. My PC's dead. My PC's dead. Help. Have a single coin score over 1 million? Okay, that almost exploded my PC. Holy shit. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is the best game ever. Scores nearby coins with higher value. Oh yeah. But I don't exchange though. I wonder how much tower stack was that? That was crazy. Oops, let me... Can I turn it down? Oh, I can! Yo, let's go, okay. Hopefully this helps. Nice. Coins gain plus 16 value when the prize ball lands nearby. How do I even get prize ball? Oh, giraffe. I'll do that. Bubblegum, boost, play it. This one is also good. Hi Peter. Hi Dragon. Oh my god, I'm so laggy. Hi Dragon. Plus 0.2 score rate per silver or gold in play. 42.2? I have to. Yeah, it's too strong. How Peter is doing it. I should drink. Oh, thank you. One more time. I cannot put in glue coin. Gain value equal to 12 times the highest sale price among coins and clip. Oh, that's not that good actually. One more time. Ayoy. Alright, that's fine. Throw in all the coins. This is a war zone. I have 1,000 coin in hand. I could actually put that in. I'm my own tower. Never enough shiny. How am I supposed to get this target? What the heck? Let's stop for a bit. There's too many. Like, I need to trigger this one. I forgot to check that. Oh, we did it! 210 coins. Oh. It's not as big as the one that I had before. Yeah, feels good. I love it. Alright, let's go to the shop first. Hi Zeus. I never understood how these machines make money. Yeah, me too. And yet there are no people that just like glue to this machine. Next round, 4 bad coins. -5 value per coin it touches. Ooh, what if it's negative value? For prize ball spawn, I don't think I want that. Okay. Okay. more bean? There's no need, I need this. Unless I have more chip size, then I'll do it. Oh, I need that. That was huge. And gaps where coin fall into, they don't circulate all the coins. I mean, like in real life, there's like arcade cabinets, a lot of arcade cabinets like this one, and then people just like glue to the machine, and then just like inserting money and coin one by one. Some machines have holes that eat the coin, yeah. I mean, yeah, but imagine how many coins you have to put in before you can push some down. I feel like it's gonna be way too difficult. The make coins all play space and take them for profit. One more time. Lucky. Alright, let's give it a try. Too late. Okay, I used too much of my tickets. More coins, more coins. Random coins is the same, right? Oh. I don't know what happened. What is happening here? Oh, not now. Oh, there's already a tower stacking. What the fuck? Playing 4K. How many tower was that? It's not even enough. 3.2 E9? I guess I'm close. Whoa. It's sound breaking apparently, yeah. Well, give me another tower, I hope. No! That sucks. I'll make my own tower. Yeah. No. Okay. Sorry, my ears couldn't handle it. UI is fine actually. I mean the jiggly noise is so good, but my ears is like it's too ear-piercingly loud sometimes. We're so close. I'll stop because this one. Tower. No. More coin. I'm almost out of coin. Those are a really small number. I'm not getting tower stacks anymore. No. I still get some coin back. Two items so absorptive skull coins in play. Aww. How much is 1E9? How much is 1E9? Hopefully I can get the tower stack here. No, what? This is a Juju, I think. Okay, when push comes to shove, I guess. Back to basics. Oh, there's autofill. The prize boy is being blocked by this thing. If it's GG, you can deny it was a good run for your first. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's true. This is an extremely good run. Oh, autofill? Push level. One more. Billion, 1,000 million? A billion is 1E9? Crazy. Second wheel. Power stack 72? Tower stacking, tower stacking. Maybe. Come on. Come on. I want money. Oi, that's not even enough. Holy fuck, I somehow got 3.1 E9, but I cannot get an extra 1 E9. More price? If I can throw all this down, I could trigger the UFO again. But I don't think I have enough coins for that anymore. Back to basics. I feel so sad whenever I say back to basics. It just triggers my Tekken 8 memory, which happened not so long. To go here. One more. Oh, but one more is to absorb. That's not that good. At least halfway to another build, 2/3 at least. Hopefully. I mean, I already had scientific notation, and I couldn't see the exact number, so I cannot really tell. It's an insane first run, though. 3622. 5K. And then plus 30% here. That's gonna be a lot of plus over there. Let's focus on the left side. Yo! What a miracle! Have a single coin score start with 777. Oh wow. %8 chance for insert coin to become a coin in clip. Oh no. This is gonna be crazy, I feel like. I want this one. I feel like this one is really fun. Alright, we have to really think about this now. This is gonna help, right? I mean, just now autofill happened for 6 times, I think? Still don't know what trigger autofill, but I'm not gonna dwell on that. Heck yeah. Lightning coin, sell these. Boom, boom. Max, okay. I'll buy this one, but if there's like a better one, then I'll buy that one instead. This one feels fine. Set value of coin it touches to 0? That is insane, no? Archaeologist eyeball. If more than 20 unmodified coins in play, score rate times 1.5. That's really good, no? I feel like it will always be more than 20 modified coins. Okay, yeah, and thank God I read it again. Thank goodness Kobo reads again. I couldn't read properly. Reroll. Percent coin full? 1 clue, 1 soul. 3 boost. 1 bait. This is gonna be only 1 boost, it's fine. 1 more. Even I feel like this one's not gonna help as much now, because my ticket's almost all gone, but I'm using it anyway. Alright, it's not the best, but let's do it. Hmm? I can actually exchange first. Yeah. .5 E10, 1.7 E11. That's like one more. That's one more digit of numbers now. My top one is the normal coin. What the fuck? Oh, it's not necessarily a lot though. It's a normal copper coin. It's a normal copper coin that costs the most. Centaur's sock didn't even trigger once. Oh, I guess that works. 2 here. Right, take it slow. More price fall? I guess. Yeah, it's getting stuck. It took in all the autofill coins. Oh, autofill. Make it 5 times, please. Can I read the item description? No. No, I'm betting on the UFO. For betting, it's like, oh no, you know. How do I deal with this? It's literally stuck. Oh, tower? What? You get the least amount of tower? I'm greedy now. I'm a greedy bone. You gave me the smallest amount of tower. Autofill? Okay. Never give up. Might need a coin. Santa song needs at least a coin to go off. If you... Oh, wait, does it not spawn randomly of a coin? To become a coin in clip. Oh my god, I'm actually dumb as fuck. It's up for a tower. Oh, come on. The big... No! This game sucks! Hiya! How you want me play? No tower. You give me 5 prize ball. You think I don't have ball, is it, huh? Hiya, I don't have. Actually, I have. You never know with kobolds, right? We have slits. It's fine. Oh. Blunt. Oh, well. Are they breeding? Oh, they're trying to breed. Ooh. Breeding. I messed up. I should have checked first. Coin slots? Oh. Wait. What if like a Kobo... No, what if Kobo just like sits there, right? Presenting herself. I'm only talking about an idea, right? I'm not doing explicit stuff. So presenting yourself and then just be like, insert coin to insert coin to begin. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay. Sorry. This is fun. Autofill. What happened? Something jumped. Kobo tried. I messed up. If I don't use up all the coins in Santa in the clip, I might do it actually. See, I'm so close. Angry bold. Out of coins and unlimited exchange. I'm Kobo. Oh, how did it happen? Percentage would have been a good one to hold on to actually. Right? I mean I misunderstood what the Santa socks did. I thought it would like generate a random coin with every coin that's dropped into... Yeah, you know what I mean, right? Dragon knows what I mean. And reading is not my strong suit. So are we doing a Hail Mary? Let's see. Oh, what? That's 10 autofill. It drops. Yeah, there's no way. Aww. Unless another tower happens, then there's still no chance actually. I'm already doing like the last resort thing by selling my chips. I swear, if I don't misread the syntax. Angry Kobo noises. Oh, GG. That was a really fucking good run. Okay, there's nothing I can do now. We tried. Oh. Silver coin? +2 in hand, +6, +10 value. Oh, that's what the silver coin does. I didn't even know. Water coin, water what now? I couldn't double pin. By touching them, then destroy conducts energized modifier. Excuse me, what? Kawaii? Number of bonus coin to next coin tower. Bonus time, add numbers of bonus coin. Bubble fish. There's a lot of fish going on here. So there's like a synergy thing going on. Jenga. +10 +1 score rate for every 10 layers of the tallest coin tower this run. The tallest coin tower. New card. Woodcut. Custom joystick. Able to reroll keychains once. Aww. That was really fun. That run took, I would say, 1.5 hours, and then 20 minutes of me just yapping constantly. Yeah, one run doesn't take too long. What's funny is that one run of Kobo Adventure, like Kobo Story Trench Coat Adventurer, took about 7 hours. I have skin. Ooh, purple. Bunai? No. I mean, I have a special... Oh my god, it's actually... Well, it's not exactly like a Tatan Tang lah, but it's close. I like this one, it's real straight. It's purple. I will drink. And I will get that thing. Alright, let me get to... Oh. Lose 2 run? Kobo cannot lose. I still want to play manager. +3 exchange limit, plus 30% of ticket held at round end. Oh, gain 20% of ticket held at round end. Oh, that plus the landlord just fucking obliterates my ticket number. Highly likely to appear. Appears sometimes. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. I didn't know that. +35% conversion rate. Coins sold in shop -1. Custom joystick, able to reroll keychains once. Start with year-end bonus and scallop credit pay. Hi, malicious magpie. Thanks for always lurking. At round end, if current score is more than +60, higher round more ticket. Ooh. Continue exchanges now, but cost ×2 per additional exchange. Oh my god. I like this one. Let's do crispy ticket. Temperature has to become cookie. Queen key. This cookie is just cruelly occupying your cabinet. Oh no! So it does nothing? That's rough. 10% chance to become cookie. 10% chance is crazy high though, no? I mean, considering like how much coin there's going to be in the cabinet and how much coin I can spawn, I feel like 10% is way too much. But I don't know. Let's just try playing it, then we'll know. Right, while we watch the coin machine. I need to get the coin. I'm already scoring, I'm not even playing. What the f- I didn't do anything! I should have exchanged, I'm dumb. I didn't do anything! Anyway. Wait. Okay. I messed up, I couldn't buy anything. I'm trying to catch my breath. Oh, hi, Devin. Beautiful creatures, especially that pink.
Ooh, shiny.
I guess I can only start the next round. Oh, did I forget to use my coin just now? Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Gosh, sometimes I feel like I have like 0 stamina. Just doing that and it's already like... Take this. Great Depression? Score rate is halved? Oh no. It's this one. I need to get rid of this first. Can I? Oh, come on. Nice, okay. When you use a prize, 40% chance to spawn a prize ball of that same type. To become a coin and clip, okay. Oh, clip expansion though, what? Oh. I think this one is gonna be huge and like... I can use this one to get past my bad start. Hopefully I'll get the tiny clip again in the future, like... Okay. Okay, keeping one coin in the clip. Alright. Very important. Actually, we're gonna play with Chummy coin. We throw in... We throw in this, keeping this. I'm gonna reroll once. +8 to sell price of coins and clip by exchange cost times 1.5. Oh wait, multi-coin though. Okay, I'm keeping multi-coin in the clip. But isn't times 3 strong too? And just balance them, I guess. We throw, then I'm gonna throw like all of these. The score affects all coins. Yeah, you're right. Alright, let's do it. Throw this two in. Autofill? 8% didn't work one time. For each different price held. At most it's gonna be plus 15. Were some of those coin X's at the end? I didn't really notice, but maybe? Ah, thank you, Boba. I guess I'm just gonna throw this. Oh, Boba is doing it. And hi, Zio. Hello. It's being pushed down. It's being pushed down. Ooh. What the heck? I got the 300. Well, I don't know what happened, but... It has to trigger once. I'm keeping that. Maybe only one allowed. Ooh, I need this. There is an X in that pile. That's how that works. There's an 8% chance of simply spinning out a special coin instead of spinning out a normal coin. Oh, that's what it is? Hmm. Inserted coin to become a coin in clip. Oh, yeah, the nuances. Do you call it nuance or something? I don't know. I'm keeping the bullish coin in forever then. You have 2x coins in there. We only chucked one in. Oh, the moat. It's the moat. I kind of want to play with bubblegum, but I don't want to throw away the bullish coins. I'm just gonna throw this one. Let's have this one as like an early start. This one just feels fun to play. I won. Here we go. Next round. No exchange possible. Poor coin. Yikes. Well, here we go. Oh, yikey. What happened? The poor coin is still in. It's there. I need to get rid of it. And one here. Let's get rid of them before going to the shop. Is it not getting pushed? Oh, I messed up. Actually, that might be good. Oh, you're right. I did spin on a 3 bullish coin. If that's the case, 8% is pretty good then. That's one gone. Oh, have a good luck, Mama Dragon. Mr. Cypress, hi! Welcome. Oh, yeah, I got a free bullish again. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh my god, wait, Christmas Santa socks really good? Really heckin' good? I couldn't get rid of this thing. No. Oh. It used to be next run. Or like next round. Let's enter shop before that triggers. Okay. If current score is more than 100, target score plus 360 ticket. There's no math coin though. Value times 1.03 per math coin in play. This is pretty good. One more. 2 more items sold. Don't know if I want this. One more time. Yeah. coin score times 2 ticket. Oh yeah, let's get that one. Okay, let's try. Maybe get rid of this one. Spit it all in. Yeah, okay, we good. Enter shop. Plus 1 coin in shop. Plus 1 price stack limit. 1 coin in shop. Definitely not this one. Lego seems good for getting back coins too. Oh, I never thought about that. You're right. Let's get this one. In 2 rounds? Okay, we don't need to worry about this for now. I like umbrella. Remaining unused exchanges to initial coin. Oh. No, I feel like exchange is good because of this. I mean, sure, 25% chance is not a lot, but when it happens, lots of coin. I'm not playing explosion, so radiation coin is good. Sumoin, when inserted, gain in value equals to 10 times the total separation. Destroys the cheapest coin. No? Yeah, I'm not gonna get that. Percent coin. One more. I love glue. Greater coin. I think we could actually. Yeah, for now we keep 1 bullish coin always. Unless I want glue coin. Nah, bullish coin is really good. Yeah. Throw it in. Yeah. And then throw this one in. Shake it. Exchange everything. Throw everything in. Oh wait, throw more. Boom, boom. Put everything in. Yeah. Right, enter shop. Okay, now we have this. Each conversion plus 2. Oh, I just remember. Percent may be better because it doesn't require any scaling. It just does a percentage. You need to actually get enough of them. What does percent coin do again? Is it like 5% towards the target? I forgot. Hopefully one shows up so that you can see. 5% gold done. So that's 20. I need 20 of them. Ooh. It's possible with the 8%. Oh, I forgot about this. Hindi. Why not? Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm not even ready. What the heck? Oh, these are like small numbers. Yeah, I need this. Steals one chip until is scored. Oh. Oh, one chip is crazy. Okay, okay. I feel like desktop vacuum is really good. Okay. I should play with just random coins. One more. Okay, let's do it. Ooh, I got 5k. I saw 5k immediately. In 2 rounds. That was a little bit dangerous actually. There was not a lot of score done. This is just a funny haha coin. I like it. Should I try playing with percent coin instead? Actually, I'm gonna try playing with percent coin. 5%, meaning if I just need to get 20, yeah, 20% coin, then it's gonna be like enough. I'm gonna try that. I feel like it's so possible with the Santa socks. I'm gonna throw the bullish coin. Mix, okay. Physical barrier to influence coin movement, free to remove. So is it gonna block But is blocking even good? I don't see the use of this for now anyway. And traded the coin. At round start minus 40? Oh my god. Ooh. Right, let's try. Oh my god. What the heck? What the heck? I got 3E. I already got scientific notation. Oh, what happened? Oh wait, I forgot about the percent coin thing already. That was quick. Oh, okay. Landlord. No, I think ticket, unless there's something that can influence, like, the more ticket I have, the more score I score. If there's something like that, then I feel like Landlord is going to be, like, super duper worth it, no? But there's no chip like that for now, so I'm not gonna buy it. Red packet. Double value. I need this, no? I have the card that has like inherent 25% conversion rate. I'm selling this and get this. Counter round effect for chance to trigger immediately. Do I have any round effect? Only coins, right? Yeah, no, only coins. Ooh, I want to play a white call. Oh, it's already next round. Oh, wait, Can I roll a black hole, hopefully? Because it's gonna steal 2 of my chips. And I don't think I like that. One more. Oh no! Okay, fine. This is too expensive now. It's okay. I can get the chip back after. It's fine. All right, let's keep the percent coin. Actually, throw away the bullish coin this time. I want to see how it works. Just want to make sure the 16k. I already did it. Is the bad coin gone? Oh, the back coin is already gone. The pleasure you greet has only chipped. Oh, just one more. Where is the back coin? I cannot see where the bad coin is. Nice. One more. A wish pool coin spawn 1 silver per nearby silver? Oh my god. Wait, I want to clone this one. Oh my god. I have 1 black hole. I don't know where the bad coin is though. If only I can know where the bad coin is. On the left? Oh! Get out of here. Yay! Thank you. Back on the left. 1 exchange limit, gain 3 more in hand on exchange. Oh, I kinda like it though. Sharp eyes, Dirk. I don't even know how they look like, to be honest. This is too good. I want it. Black card seems perfect for a percent build, right? With the Santa socks, I think this is gonna help a lot. Straight sell price of all coins and clip. No. Ooh, I like that one. Glue. Umbrella. A red packet coin? Red, did I buy the most red packet coin? I didn't even know. There, that's free at least 3 red packet coins. One more time. Ooh. Profiteer coin while in play plus 30% shop prices. It's not gonna be a big deal. let's play, I guess. Shake. Oh, okay, careful, careful. There's so many coin noises. As a Kobo, these noises are getting me very excited. Oh. I didn't say anything. That's a lot of percent coin, no? I think if I just go ballistic, it's gonna work. Yeah. So many coins. Headshot. I should stop buying red packet coins so that the rain badge can change. Yeah, I bought too much chummy coin. I kinda want to change out this one. We take that one for now. Yeah, this one. Okay. Percent coin. I mean, landlord is good, but it's not that important. I don't have anything that adds my current ticket amount for the score. Chocolate coin. One more reroll. Oh, bad coin? Yeah, I need that. Give me that bad coin. I'll get this one. Is the back coin in? Ooh, blue coin. I think the bad coins are gone. gonna play with this times 5 and stop for a bit. You can see how many are left in the upper left of the big screen. Now they're gone. Oh, this one? No bad coins? Oh, I guess that killer coin must have gotten it like at the start of the round. I mean, that's what they do. We're not doing good on the score. I'm just gonna go ballistic. Oh yeah. Hi Sarah. Hey lady. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. More. Hey, he did it. Oh, that's the last round. I didn't even notice. Factorial coin value n up to 30. N equals exchanges made this round. Oh, that's not that good actually. Strong magnet. Also attracts... Oh, I forgot about the wish pool coin. Bad encyclopedia. Plus 2 score rate for each different bad coins cleared. Ooh. Blue ticket. Per reroll. I should drink water. Thank you, Uncle. What? E8. Oh, this E10. The net Victorial coin is actually pretty strong. Because the Victorial is that number times all the other numbers descending. So 30 exclamation mark would be 30 times 29 times... What? So 6 exchanges would be 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1? That would be crazy though. Holy shit. I didn't know that's what exclamation mark means. Oh, already got it. 10 score rate? I need some score rates here. Also, I'm gonna get this line. Oh, it's already maxed out. Oh, score rate doesn't matter, you're right. I forgot. Oh, there it is. How do you make 30 exchanges this round?3感叹号等于1乘2乘3等于6，所以30是1乘2乘3乘4乘5乘6乘7到30。哇 ，wait, that's so fucking stupid. I have calculator. get this. I have calculator. 一乘二乘三乘四乘五乘六乘七乘八乘九乘十乘11乘12乘13乘14 15 16 Oh my god. 19 20 Big number. Click the little hamburger icon. Set it to scientific mode, then select that button. Scientific mode? The 3 bars are actually called a hamburger. Oh, this one. Oh, scientific. What is EXP mod? Wow. Cannot divide by 0? 0. Oh, this thing sucks. The fuck am I looking at? Oh, the end. Ooh. Why is it that in my fucking calculator there's EXP, there's mod, there's XY? Aren't math just numbers? Fancy math? Oh my god, how the fag? Alright, we get. There's a scientific mode, so I don't have to deal with it. EXP is exponent, mod is modulo. I'm so glad to be a kobold, actually. I don't know what they are.
The only important part to remember is that you are a good girl.
Oh.
Yeah, no math involved in that. Just pure good girl.
Oh my god. At least that's an easy math for me to understand. Oh. Rejoin. Bubblegum. I guess I can reroll one more time whether I'm gonna get that high. The insatiable kobold got all the riches of the world from a coin pusher machine, yet she wants more? Of course! It's never enough. I need more. I'm a kobold. Also, hi Super Super. X with the little y in the upper right is exponent. Modulo is rest, so if I have 3 mod 2, it will be 1 cos 3. It will be 1 cos 3 colon 2 is 1 with rest 1. The reminder in division, if I understand what I just did with the calculator. 14 mod 5 is 4, cause 14 colon 5 is 2 with rest 4. Huh? What does colon do? And everything in colonist division. Oh, it's slash. Oh. Oh, then okay. Modulu is Yisu. I understand now. That's divide. So 24 divided by 5, it's incomplete. So modulo 4 because it's 20. Fun fact, back in high school days, I got an academic award for math. Second of integrated calculator. Oh my god, math, so I might just eat myself away. Yeah. I have brain. Kobo, I have brain. Oh my god, I can get many shiny with modulo things. We did a lot of freaky stuff with modulo in math. Ooh. The fuck you mean 14 mod 5 is 4? 14 mod 5 is 4 because 2 is 10, and then the remainder number is mod 4. Yeah. The Kobo brain just expanded a pixel. It went from a rice grain to a slightly bigger rice grain. I'm the best Kobo. Oh my god. Anyway, let me get that done real quick. Wait. I love how my camera just goes ballistic. Well, not my camera, but... I'm back. Oh. No prizes to play with. There's also div, which is the same as mod, but how many times the number fits fully. So 101 div 5 will be 20. Oh, that one I understand too. I get D in math for a reason. I didn't pass math at all. Modern math explanations are complete ass, honestly. And Breggy is a math guy. Breggy is so amazing, holy shit. I don't even know what math is. I'm trying to catch my breath. Here we go. Rice ball? Oh, this is good. Actually, don't need that. Oh, I did it. You throw in all the coin. Yeah. Enter shop. I've been snuggled. Working on the theory that I want to show my professor, I think I found a way to find the highest common divisor between two numbers when I have a way to do a silly algorithm. Enough nerd stuff. I just think it's amazing because, well, I have no knowledge, close to no knowledge in fancy scientific mathematics, right? So sell. Nice. Each reroll in the shop increases the chance of high rarity coins, resets each round. Hmm? I don't need score rate anymore, right? I'm gonna try. Like, how good would it be? Soul plates might be good. Panels like percent split into percent into 4 smaller percent. You know how in school students complain that it's only letters? In university you complain that everything is Greek symbols? Oh my god. I cannot relate. I like that. And Kobo too dumb. In 2 rounds? Okay, I don't need that. One more? Don't you... increase the chance of high rarity coins? I'm not seeing any. Glue coin? Oh heck yeah. Glue coin. If you ever find yourself in a position that you have to do advanced mathematics, you know who to ask? Now I definitely know. Even though I'm not too sure when that will happen, but it's good to have a plan, you know, if I were to. Yeah. Night night, Sarah. And thanks for stopping by. Heck yeah. Have a good evening. I just understand how to absolutely twist a game into a pretzel with its own numbers and min-max things. It will almost certainly never happen. Yeah, but it's a just in case thing. We never know. Here we go. Many silver coins. Alright, I'm just gonna spit all of them out. Yeah. Actually, no, don't do that. I have maximum. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I love it. Alright, now I can do it. More coal. Yeah. Come on. Put it up. Yeah, okay. And Kobo needs a really fast hand for that. max. Nice. Did I even have a math coin? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. It uses silvers to give you more coins in hand to spit out more percentages to loop all over again. Oh, the N exclamation mark is a math coin? Oh, it is math. Oh, you're right. Also, my PC is like dying from whatever's happening at the background. I think magnet coin would be fun. Next round, Pluto coin. Destroy 30 users. Destroying 30 coins is not gonna be much, I feel like. It's fine. And coin. Oh, these are so good though. Lucky coin might not be bad, honestly. More chance for silver conversions, more chance for getting a coin back, and or more bonuses. Does silver coin give back coins? We can go to the run data and find out. Yeah, it doesn't show. Unfortunate. It's okay. One more time. This is a fraud. I hate it. I don't trust that anymore. That shit suck. One more. Ooh, wait, two desktop vacuum? Oh boy, oh boy. You're just gonna get more and more. It's too expensive. Let's go for the next round first. Go back up. Go back up. Whee! I messed up. Silver coin plus 10 value. Oh, there was a tower going on. I didn't notice. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. One price slot? Yeah. There was plus 1 coin or something. In that case, you already got one hell of a sustained build. How the little one was struggling to even reach 9E? E9? Oh yeah! Death Star Oil destroys all nearby coin. Fly high and then land somewhere. Then how do I destroy this thing? Only with black hole, I guess? Okay. Yeah, maybe Kobo is not bad. Bullish coin. Only next round if you can't push it off, which you see how quickly you push things off. Hey. This one foolish. It's times value. Oh, only for math coin value. Okay, it sucks. Unless I have more, then. Percent coin is a math thing? Is it? Oh wait, percent! Percent is math! Oh my god, you're right. No wonder I'm getting that much of a boost on that chip. Spin. If the reward has a number, add it to ticket balance. No. One more. Oh, I want bubblegum. Any coin scored? 1% chance to astrofall. I mean, I only have a lot of silver coin. Bubblegum. I think this is good enough. Let's get this one. Use this one first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And then. Get back up. What the fuck is that tower? Where did this happen? Where am I? Oh, because the tower is blocking it. Here we go. Oh my god. I'm pushing so fast. I cannot get the coin out quickly. The tower is too thick. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Convert coins in selected area into random coins of the same rarity. This one is like a... If I want chaos, I buy this thing. Which I kinda like chaos actually, so... Oh, it's already maxed, okay. I was partially scared that percent build wouldn't work. Holy fuck, the infinity is working better than I ever could anticipate. I don't know what I'm doing, but I feel like I'm doing really good. I got more rally coin? Ay. Oh. Clover rain? In 2 rounds, it's fine. One more. Wish pool coin? You're looping percent coins, which don't require any point scaling since they give 5% by default no matter what, and just trying to spam out as many of those coins as possible by looping it over and over again. That's what I've been doing? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like, what if I keep the wish pool coin and the percent coin in so that I can spam it? I feel like that's a good idea, no? I'm gonna give it a try. It might make my build not as stable, but I'm willing to give it a try. Alright, here we go. Nexus? Oh my god. Whoa. Chaos. Control. Wait, wrong game. I wonder what happened. Yeah, more coin, more coin. I'm doing it. I'm cheesing the game. I cannot press fast enough. I'm getting so much coins just from the desktop table. Okay. Woo. Oh, the bad coin is here. Destroys all nearby coin doesn't sound too bad with how much coin I'm shitting out actually. Connect. I feel like every time I press the red button, it's gonna be prepare with eardrums at this point. prepared your eardrums, it's gonna get exploded, I think, with how much coins is going on. And Lucy! Oh my god, hi Kobo. Hi Lucy. I saw this game on my Steam front page yesterday. It's so good. Highly recommend if you like shiny and more shiny and even more shiny maybe. Also hope Lucy's doing good. I'm currently trying a cheese build somehow. I don't know how I managed to do it, but Glue coin? Oh, glue coin is back? Wait, coin? Gambling? We love gambling in-game. I do not condone gambling in real life. Cover line... Mech? Do I want magnet? I feel like magnet would be really fun. Just one. One more. Oh. Oh. Right. Dirk will take credit for the cheese build because I recommended percent after witnessing the sock. Remember that? I think so. I'm not gonna take credit here. I don't know what I'm doing at all. What the fuck is going on? It's just pulling out silver coins. Well. Oh, it's there. I need a black hole somewhere. Come on. Hey, it's gone. Shake it. I should sort it. We are at 3.4 E15. E15? How much is E15? We can just sell everything now. Oh. Hey. Billion is 9, trillion is 12, quadrillion is 15. You're in the quadrillions at this point. I'm absolutely cheesing this game, holy shit. More coin. My PC cannot handle it. But more. More coin. It's never enough. My hands. It's gonna cramp. Alright, we could enter shop. Holy. I want dog food. I don't know. I feel like autofill is gonna be huge at this point. Buy one get one is not gonna be huge at all because I'm not really using that as much anymore. Let's try dog food. There we go. If only I can get one more desktop vacuum, that's gonna be huge. It's gonna be so good. Chaos? Robot Raccoin steals half of your ticket balance, returns ticket only when Raccoin is scored this round. They can take my 15k or more than that. Why not? Actually, we don't need that. I'm so spoiled with the amount of tickets I have. Two more, cause you could kill both the cardboard cutout and silver polish and instead just go full vacuum. Like this one, yeah, this one... I don't know what this one does. But you're right. Oh, glue. And Kobo likes glue. Maybe I can change this one to this one first. It's like better than nothing at this point. I just need more coins. Maybe I don't want the chaos. I'm scared now. Glue. Magnet. One more. I can go one more. Saw. This one. Let's get 2 raccoon paw for now. Maybe 2 is the maximum of the same chip? Question mark? Okay. What happened? Is the wish pool on exchange? Oh. Ah, that explains a lot. Wait, can I? I can hold it. How fast does it hold? That's like baby speed. I guess we keep Saw if I have it next time. Oh, okay. Let's find a soul coin then. I love endless run. I love breaking games like this. I mean, do we even need these anymore? At round end. Oh, at round end. No. Nice. Draws in coins, black hole. No, I want to play with white hole. Oh, that's the third raccoon paw. I don't need that. I need desktop vacuum. Extra Friday, there's a bad coin that could kill a run. The no exchange one, remember? Oh, right. Wasn't a proper early game because values were still fine, but if one comes along now, it might be a major issue. If one comes, I have to like... I'll keep one black hole just in case then. Or maybe two. Yeah, because this one is fine. This one is fine. My favorite white hole.
Good girl. Yip yip.
Saw. Okay, we're good. Oh, it's only in play. Oh, might as well. One more time. I'm trying to find white hole, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, black hole, sorry. Well, here we go. On to the next one. Then I need to like think about my exchanges really well here because I didn't know this is like on exchange trigger. Then keep the rest. Boom boom. One exchange. White hole. One exchange. White hole. One exchange. Oh no! Oh no! Two exchanges. I mean, this is fine, right? Yeah, this is fine. I'm just gonna... Oh, one exchange. Oh my god, it's bursting out. It's just bursting out, the fucking silver coin. One exchange, bro. Holy shit. Well, I'm spamming it. That's how we do it, baby. My hands is not fast enough. Nope. I couldn't get them down quick. The more I press, there's more coins. Oh no. I love this build. Oh, you know what could break the run actually? I don't know if you guys can hear me anyway, but one thing could break the run is the unlimited exchange one. It's not that you're not fast enough, it's that you're literally being lag-gated by the game. Look in the line under the exchange. What does this mean? Waiting to execute? Waiting to execute? 100 waiting to execute. I love this game. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm tearing up. 100 waiting to execute. The soul coins are like, nah, wait, let's wait for this. I have a combo of 4K. Can I get more than that? We're at 300. Okay, we're at 300. Kobo strike, Kobo strike. Something's still exploding in the middle. We're at E21. E21. That's close. I forgetful. Welcome. My hands are getting cramped. Yikey. I'm almost there. Yeah. But the coins are never ending. Alright. And into shop. Ooh! Insert more than 10k coins. Coin god. I got the achievement. Apparently. Is Derek smart? Yeah. And Kobo not smart at all. I need help for this. I mean, do I need anything else? Next round, bad coin. Magic bean? That's a new thing. When clip is empty, plus 40% chance to apply golden or triangle modifier. Golden or triangle? When in clip plus 25 sale price per round. When scored, treat it as scoring for 3 times. Oh. Only when clip is empty though, which is utterly impossible. I need a black hole. Let's not buy that. It sends heroin. Oh, that's a laser one. No, we don't need that. Black hole, okay. Add number of bonus coins to next coin tower. Oh, there's more saw. Just doing it. Okay. I wouldn't even touch the percent coins. Everything else makes the build run faster and smoother. The percent coins are what make it work. I guess. I want to... Oh, wait, let's make the goal try to crash the game. Would it be possible? I don't know. Oh wait, make it lock. Okay, I locked them. Well. Just everything, like... Just do it. We broke the game on our second run, let's go! I think I saw what the saw was doing. Yeah, they literally just like cut them. Okay, I see it. But why is it killing the saw? I know I'm pressing with QE, also with my mouse. We're on E24 now? You know, I'm pretty sure the percent coin or like something is probably gonna get nerfed. No? Something's gonna get nerfed here. Unless this is the intention of the game, then I respect it because I love it. This build makes me feel so powerful. What if they nerf the Santa sock? You know, like nerf it to like not 8% but 1%? No, don't do that. Don't do that. The Santa sock is like the funnest item in the game, I feel like. Yeah, we're almost there. Yeah, enter shop. These suck. When you use the prize, 40% chance to spawn a prize ball of the same type. Retain unused coins at round end. I can use this one. Bank will be useful so you can enter shop early. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing as well. With a safety buffer for the bank exchange coin. Ooh, you're right. Okay. What is this? Coin pyre? When play, inserting coin consumes one more in hand. That helps. That helps my hand from getting cramps. Uh-oh. I pressed the wrong thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Refresh? Oh, I refreshed the chat. Oh, oops. I forgot I'm on borderless. Technically, it hinders because it makes you spit out one coin for the price of 2. That's true. But then again, I have like 1,000 coins that I need to spin out every round. Every round. You know what? Let's buy all the bunny coins. We need bunny coins to destroy the PC. We're keeping one bunny coin actually. So we have 4 coins I'm gonna try to crash the game. And Kobo's gonna do it. Oh, the whirlwind's gonna be the crusher. Imagine everything just like... Oh my god, we have 5 coins. 5 would be too much. We keep the 5, right? Yeah, let's not make this like harder for me. So we don't need to buy anything. We're just gonna keep going, right? I'm just gonna try to roll for black hole so that I can destroy the bad coins, and also roll for if I can, another desktop vacuum. I hope. Not that it's showing up though, so the fuck was that? Something appeared in front of my window. Give me a second. False alarm. It was a bird. A bird that's like trying to dodge the window. So it sort of just like flew straight to the window and then like do a 90-degree turn. What if I get this in as well? No, let's not make this more convoluted. Alright, we use this 5 coins and then we're just gonna spam, okay? Let's do our best. Here we go! Wow! Wow! Exchange! Oh my god! Exchange! Ugh, my ears! Another exchange! Let's go! Get fucked! Another exchange! Yeah! Destroy the PC! I'm on my villainous arc! I'm gonna destroy this PC! My ears are bleeding! Go! Spawn queue! Oh. Another exchange. I unlocked Pancake Mouse. Oh my god, it's way louder now for some reason. Rabbit hole, breed 100. I bred 100 bunny in one round. Hey, we love those 8%. We don't need the bunny. We don't need the bunny. Oh yeah, I carry over. Alright, let's end. My hand's starting to hurt. Ow. I love this game. What game is allows you to do this, huh? I mean, one game I can think of that allows you to break the game and essentially crash the game. Risk of Rain 2 is the one that I can think of only. Like, Risk of Rain 2 goes ballistic. Alright, let's just go. Exchange! Pra, 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 pra. Exchange! Boom! Another exchange! Oh shit! Another exchange! Yes! More! More! Yeah, destroy this game! Destroy! Yeah! Kill! Kill! Boom! The silver coins are just shooting out. One more. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Oh. I have 1k to put in. Let's spend some time putting in some coins here. Oh my god. This is an infinite loop, this one. Yeah, the whirlwind is actually the coinado is cleaning up and making the game not as I cannot hear myself. Not as laggy actually. No, the coinado is helping. I'm sorry, Raiders. Careful ears. Okay, I'm entering shop. I'm entering shop. I cannot see. Okay, there we go. So the doggen, thank you. Welcome. Dog rate 100 sextillion Muscamba. Muscamba. Thank you, Evie. Oh, you're also playing Raccoin? Oh, heck yeah. Welcome, Raiders. I hope Raccoin is fun. My PC is definitely not trying to explode right now. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I hope you had fun with Coin Pusher.
Hello. And welcome.
Thank you. Your 5070 struggles with this game is crazy. Oh no. My 1070 is also struggling. You know what? I can do something to make this game don't struggle as much, I think. I'm here trying to crash my PC. Okay. Super high 3D pixelation, no particle, no bloom. Maximum CRT. No, we do 50. Okay, there we go. And then gameplay. I already checked to reduce CPU, so... This is fine, this is fine. Yeah, 1070, it's fine. 1070 is really strong. The fuck am I looking at? these are the coins. The tornado is making the game like smoother, which I don't want to. My end goal is to trying to crash the game, which I don't know if I can do it, but I sure as hell can try. I also turned down the volume a little bit for my own sake and also hopefully for you guys' sake, I think. I don't know. It's so ear-piercingly loud for me. Actually, no. You know what? Fuck it. It was 50%. I feel like computer will explode first. Oh wait, you're right though. So if at some point then my stream suddenly is gone, then you guys know what's up. And then 45. Okay. I'll turn down my headphone volume. My one I got to play it was 5 hours and was playing Penguin over the top of Raccoin at the same time on stream. You were playing 2 games while playing Raccoin. Oh my god, that's crazy. I love it. I love it. Alright, we have Coin Paya. This is fine. I mean, I have 2 black hole to counter that. Alright, let's do it. Oh! Look at that. Crunchy. Oh, wait, where's the bad coin? I think I see it. Yeah, I need to push it down. Okay, let's take it slow. Let's take it slow. It has to go down, but I cannot make it go down. I think I'm seeing something. Okay, okay. Exchange! Boom! Explosion! Alright, we're gonna use 1 black hole for this. And then... Fuck! Alright, we good. We are so good, actually. Wee! I can click faster now. The pixels are the size of small children. I know, right? It works. See, my PC start exploding now. Exchange! Oh my god. Wee! Exchange! Yeah! Oh yeah! More! Kobo's getting all the shiny! Never enough! And Kobo needs more! Shiny is kinda loud though. Yeah! Shiny! So much money! Woohoo! Many shiny! Yeah! Okay, my hand hurts. Oh no. Want to break the game even more? Well, I sure want to. Hurry, E33. Your coins are worth so little. Where's your engine? Oh, it's the cheese. I'm using the percent coin, and then I have the centa stocking. Oh, the sun is shining directly at my face. The centa stocking, and then it's gonna keep duplicating the percent coin, and also the wish pool coin, and also the soul coin. So every time I try to like spam more coin, it's just gonna spawn, have 8% chance to spawn these coins. And that's how I kinda got through this far. I mean, Jameson told me to do it, so it's like, ooh. Jameson's the planner. I need to close the curtain. The cheese. The cheese is so stunk. I won't spend it all in one place. I mean, I have a 100k ticket. I think I can use a little bit. Yeah, present toy, Christmas stockings, and the desktop vacuum. We're playing Bio over and over again because the pure dopamine for the plant coins growing and the tiger coins fertilizing them. It's hilarious. This is the second run of the game that I play. And I only played the first character, manager, I think. Yeah, manager. This is my second run of the game. And I'm already cheesing it. Alright, here we go. Turtle coin doubles the required combo for spin energy. Hi. At all every second run? I mean, I did play demo, but I don't think the demo save file carries over. Right, let's do it. Coin rain. Exchange. Exchange. I love how whenever exchange, the shit goes all over. Some events are delayed when too many coins are on screen. Spawn in queue, waiting to execute. Oh man! Hi, Popsicle. Welcome. I'm sorry, what is bitrate? It's non-existent. Don't worry about it. Hi, Jake. Who needs bitrate when there's like tens and thousands of millions and quadrillions of sextillion of shiny, right? Oh, my ears. I already turned on my earphone. I would like some bitrate. No. No bitrate for you. Yeah, exchange. More. More. My PC is exploding. Well, thank you, Popsicle. I mean, I can do more. Whee! More coins, it's just shooting out. I can't even see where the coins are coming from, it's fine. I'm trying to press as fast as I can. I mean, I would lock it, but locking is so slow. If you hold the left and right for long enough, it will lock them open. You should do that. Oh, are they gonna speed faster and faster? Oh, please tell me they do that. I mean, it's pretty fast. Okay, I'll take it now. My fingies hurt. My fingies hurt. Well, with the pixel, I don't know if it's going faster and faster. Exchange! There's a little speed at the top of the screen. Speed up when? Exchange! Oh, this thing? Oh, this is so speedy. Ah. Ah. My ears, they feel good. At the very top, there's the fast forward button. I'm dumb sometimes. Go. Just maybe 2 more exchanges. Exchange. 1 more. Yeah, the desktop vacuum. Okay, it's actually doing it, I think. Alright, let's enter shop. My hand feels good. Do I need to roll for more desktop vacuum. I don't even know how I got to this point. Anything that's fun to duplicate still? Anything that could make like the game explode? I mean, I can only think of bunai, the bunai. They're just gonna keep breeding and breeding. I bred 100 bunai in 1 round. Maybe glue coin? If I glue them together, it's gonna make the physics go ballistic. No, I'm gonna give it a try. I want to make the physics go batshit insane. I love that. I want to break the game even more. Hey. Oh, we don't need that. The thing about putting extra coins in your machine at this point, you're spawning so many that you're just gonna get pushed out incredibly quickly. So you need something that will proc quickly. I mean, I have Soul. So there's Soul, there's Wish Pool. Wish Pool is like on exchange, and then it's gonna be like a fountain. And then this is for the goal. I feel like glue coin is going to make the physical ballistic, which I'm kind of curious to see. N. Oh, I learned about math today. Those fish bones are good, by the way. What do they do? Don't they just block the... They block the way, right? But if I block the way, they cannot get into the hole anymore, no? On exchange explosion? Ooh. Explosion's gonna clear up everything, no? They make it so they hold coins back from getting pushed off, allowing you to kind of bang coins on either side, like the ones with the stuff you want to proc, like the wishing wells and saws. Oh. On one side. And percentage is gonna carry even further. Yeah. I have the unlimited exchange. I can do the the 30 exclamation mark. If you can trap a soul or a wishing well in place, you can make them. I almost read as kick them. So they keep hitting things they want them to hit over and over. Wow. I guess that's good on like when at first trying to build this build. But now it's just all over the place and I feel like blocking them isn't gonna do much, I feel like. Maybe one more. Ooh, how about bubblegum coin? Giant modifier. Source unmodified coin. Okay, yeah. If I put bubblegum, it's gonna conflict with this one. Let's not do that. Alright, here we go. Prepare your eardrums. Oh my god. Spit coins, spit them. I kinda want to know where the glue coin is, but I cannot see anything. Exchange! Oh my god, I could have pressed exchange. Am I pressing it? Ooh, let's exchange more. Yes! Destroy! Destroy! Destroy the PC! Go cheat! So, oh my god! Spit faster! Come on! We have more coins! I mean, they're trying their best. I think I asked about what E something means, right? But I forgot what they mean. Does E41 mean that there's 41 digit numbers going on? Yeah, exchange. It means 41 zeros after the number in front of the decimal. Right now it's 8 followed by 41 0. Oh no. Okay, let's enter shop for now. Okay, 41 0. Right, give me a second. Can the scientific calculators have 41 0? Okay. It's a 9.2 三四五六七八九十一二三四五六七八九十一二三四五六七八九十一二三四五六七八九十一。This calculator suck. It's not even 41. Well, the calculator failed. I couldn't learn math anymore because of that calculator. I think the glue is kind of doing it. I need glue plus bunny. Oh, we have 6 bad coins. This is nothing actually. Let's find a bunny coin. Okay. I know this is going to like less chance of getting percentoid, but look, I have 3k coins. I can try to actually break the game now, I think. Ooh, I like white hole. Oh, I forgot to do this. Okay, there we go. The fragile fishbone. Physical barrier to influence coin movement. Free to remove. Let me give it a try. Can I put like multiple fishbone? Inserted when inserted and at round start. Yes, you can. Ooh, okay. Wait, no, this is gonna. Oh, it's plus in hand. Wait, no, that's not that good. I don't want to press more. I try to put them as close to where the coins fall in as possible. So like they push forward and then at the edge of the push? Two white hole. Yeah, okay. I'll see if I can put in the fish one inside that carnage. I think I can see the fish. Oh my god, I see frame rate. There's frame rate. oh no. Oh no, no more frame rate. Well. Autofill, let's go. Oh my god, my OBS is dying. What the fuck? Chill, OBS, chill, you're gonna be fine. Yeah, more money, more coin. The score zone? I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Oh, you cannot just move them. You can find more. Alright, let's find more. Oh, are we not doing it? I feel like we have too many coins. Oh, I forget I said anything. Exchange. Yeah, exchange. Boom. Oh my god, the coins. Oh my god, the coins are shooting while in the scoring zone. Oh, they are trying. One more. I love it when the coin just fucking shoots out. Alright, let's enter shop. Combo duration, 1 clip expansion. It's a price for the percent chance to well, clip expansion. Like, come on. This is clip, right? Oh wait, no, clip! Oh, wait, clip! This is chip! 哎呀，妈，华语很难哦，有时候不知道我要讲什么鬼东西，真是。Oh, sorry. English is tough sometimes. Well, I mean, I get more kinds of coins. Do we want like... We max out here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 10 different kinds of coins just fucking everywhere. I feel like that's gonna be fun. Let's have this one. Actually, let's have this one. Why not? We're gonna cause some carnage. We're gonna have some fun ones. This one's fun too. This one's fine. I mean, I cannot lose anymore, so that's why I'm just like trying to lose, I guess, but I don't think it's possible at this point. Applies the mini modifier to unmodified coins it touches. Eight value to coins in play. On exchange, obtain a random coin. 40% chance for coins to give 1 when scored. Shit. I forgot I had a clip expansion. When spawned, gain value equal to 12 times the highest sale price among coins in the clip. Why not? No, we don't need this. Giraffe! Oh my god, right, we have giraffe! I love giraffe. Like, oh. I guess we get red packet. I mean, as a Chinese, I like red packet. I'm so tired. My head's like so heavy. You. Oh, you stop at. Oh. You stop at Monday, right? It's fine. Right. Right, that's it. Chaos. Wait, I already did it? Exchange! What the fuck is going on? Exchange! Yeah! More! This is making my Kobo brain very happy. I feel like it, yeah, it looks like it's spinning really fast here. Not faster than this, apparently. Yeah, the tornado is... The giraffe point is not doing anything, actually. It's hard. Oh, I think it's a rich one. That's just like... Oh shit. Alright, wait. Rich win. Ooh. In 2 days, volleyball is the death of you. Tomorrow I have another. You mean you've been doing the VR chat volleyball thing? Yeah, well, I mean, that's on you. There's no other way to put it, though. Can't play, get VR. I'm broke. Can't get VR headset. It's way too expensive. I would get a VR headset, but I won't play. I won't play volleyball. Yeah, I would fish for 8 hours. If the headset, if I can stay in headset for 8 hours, then I would, but that would be very unhealthy. Eggs? Oh my god. Yeah, too many different coins just makes this not as good. Alright, fine. I'm keeping my original plan. Okay, these four. There we go, the frame rate is going down. I haven't seen prize for in a long time. Oh, are we getting hard to get? Oh, I was thinking that I'm not getting like enough score. I can just do this actually. Shrinking spell? Oh god, we have power. Well. Oh no! Oh my god, the tower! Hi, Hannah. That's a really tall tower. Exchange! Oh my god. Exchange! Yeah! Explosion! The tower is just standing there. Oh, something's happening, I think. It's running at 4 FPS, let's go. We love to see it. Oh, this part is breaking the game. I'm blocking the fish. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, the tower, that's not how physics works. This is fine. Exchange. Exchange. 4 FPS, let's go. Exchange. More. Must have more. Exchange. Yeah. I mean, it's a consistent 4 FPS at this point. Oh, I haven't win yet. Oh, I didn't even realize. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. The shop. I need more fishbone. I found the way. I found the way to break the game. Oh, chip slot, there we go. Is it rendering what's behind? Are you serious? You're rendering what's behind the game? Game's running at 4 FPS. No. How do I buy things? It's a lot of lag, yeah. I thought the shop, I mean, I have a sneaking suspicion too, right? Because about a few rounds back, when I'm at the shop, it's still laggy as heck, so... well, this one just proves it. You know, we might need more ticket. Yeah, we might need more ticket. It's never enough ticket. Let's go for a few more rounds. I need fishbone. The game knows it doesn't want to give me fishbone anymore. Clip's empty? No. Umbrella? I'll take it. Fishbone! Buy umbrella. Okay, time to break the game for real this time. Alright, get back. I got this. Ooh, gadgets? Uh-oh. Oh, I can only bring 3. Guess I'm removing the UFO. Give the game a break. No. No. You're doing it 3 FPS. It's fine. I'm looking at the shiny. It's great. Oh. Oh, thank you, numbers. Holy lag, yeah.
Relax.
Thank you, numbers, for 25 months. Oh my god. Alright, this is gonna break the game, I feel like. Alright, give the game a break. Make sure we don't do that. Get out of here. Exchange! Gently plastic process sneak. Oh. It's happening! What if I do this? Whoa! I love this game. You could fail to roll any of the 8% chance and have to rely on normal coins if that's not happening. 80,000. 26. Is it happening? This is a run that ends when the CPU melts itself? Yeah, you're right. Actually, I don't want to melt my CPU. Just a few more exchanges. Wow. Oh my god. Okay, let's remove the fishbone. The game is like, release me from this hell. Another one. There we go. Never ending coin or release. Yeah, the fishbone. I cannot believe fishbone is the one that actually breaks the game. Because physics is like fishbone just blocks them. This run, imagine if you could take out the silver and melt it down in real life. That'd be so valuable. The copper would be worth a very, very pretty penny, right? Oh, the UFO is back. I'm seeing frames? Stop by to say hi before EP. Oh, have good EP numbers. Thanks for stopping by. And thanks for the 25 months too. Thank you. I would hug the snake a lot. gonna break my ears one more time. Crunchy. Crunchy. Oh, is it happening? No, it's not. I just forgot to like spit out coins. Yep, there we go. Exchange. There we go. Am I weird? I love this though. Like people might get sick of this after a while, but I'm genuinely enjoying the shiny noises, even though it's ear-piercingly loud. But maybe it's just me being a kobold. Actually, is there an achievement on getting like a big amount of combo? Let me check the achievements real quick. Give me a second. Fully expand the coin clip in only one direction. And complete the run. Complete all milestones. UFO summons an alien coin? Have a coin tower made entirely of silver or gold coins. Use every prize. Collection, all coins are collection. Oh yeah, you guys gotta see what I'm doing. Using a golden ticket. Clear types of bad coins. Have a bunny coin with the return modifier and be hunted 10 times in a single run. What? Shake the machine 100 times. Keychains in a single run. Once with every character. Reach 10k combo. Carpal tunnel. Well, chat. You know what I'm trying to do now. I was at 7k. Let's get this carpal tunnel, right? And then let's call it a run. Here we go. Anything... Let's get rid of the glue. I want frames here. And oh, this one saves too. Okay. White hole. I'm so tempted to break. No, I'm not trying to break the game now. Alright, here we go. Hold. Then spit. Okay. 1.0. Wee. I think 10k combo is entirely possible. Oh boy. The whirlwind. The coinado. Whoa, I got a 3 million per coin? Interesting. We're at 3k. We're almost there. The coinator is just spinning in front of the camera. Whee! Oh my god, what? Okay, screw the coinator. Let's do it on next round. Oh. Just in time that we need the combo duration. Let's try to get... Why is the game gone pixelated? Because I don't want my PC to melt. Yeah, the coinator makes me lose my combo though. Let me get the pause the combo thing. Okay. I need more of that. Oh my god, I cannot find the pause combo. Chick. Chick. Ooh, wait, hold. Chick. Now my ears feels better. My ears are fine now. I mean, to get 10k combo, it's like hard because how fast this one depletes. Trying to like keep this in check. If I can spawn fast enough and like non-stop, then it's easier for me to not drop combo where the coin just constantly goes in. Oh my god. Halfway there? We're halfway there now? How do I even get 7k? That's crazy. I only have 10 seconds. Whenever it stops, I just push it. Is it okay? Is it doing it? Okay. Take care. Don't give up. We're almost there. 9k, I'm using it. Okay, this should be guaranteed. Come on. Let's go. 10k combo. Okay. I'm not getting the achievement though. Maybe you need to drop. I'll wait for you to drop. Oh yeah, I'm still spitting coins. Okay, there we go. 11k? As if 10k is not enough, we got 11k. There we go, we got it. The achievement. Couple tunnel, reach 10k combo. Yay. Easy. Easy. Okay. That's good, that's good. Let's end the run. Complete all milestones? I already did it? I did all the milestones in my second run of the game? Easy. Combo Gavel. Set the score rate bonus from combo to the highest value within the round. Ooh. Breeding will generate 2, destroy after 30 uses. Oh. When prize slots are full, Pancake Mouse can eat uncommon prize ball to grow large and gain 5 times value. Large mouse cannot eat prize balls. Oh. Combo gloves. Are you gambling? I have to. I need the shiny. Score rate bonus from combo doubled. More than 25%. Increase the chance of high rarity coins. Ooh. Rainy doll? When using rain badge, consumes 3 in hand coin to add 3 coin to coin rain. Per gadget in play. So +9 max? Coins may score 3 times score according to coin conversion rate, but coin may not become... Oh, is that good? I don't know. Game says I complete the milestone, so... E7, E83. E83 is diabolical. How the fuck? E15? These are like baby numbers, like come on. Custom wheel choice. Bad coins. What? What would I want that? One wheel point? What are wheel points actually? Jesus. Ooh, pink. I love pink. Modify a prize ball. More viewpoint. Landscape. You're going to be here for a while? Yeah, the game says I unlocked everything here, so... E35. Imagine people play this in the most legit way possible, and then there's this fucking kobold on the screen right now that just cheeses the way to E83. E83 in one run. Is that a dragon? Oh, it's takoyaki. Hi, yeah, I thought it's a dragon. I don't know what any of these like. Raccoon jail? No. Why the raccoon jail? Magic tower. With their guidance, of course. Also theoretically infinite tiara. Infinite money. Yeah, that was like an infinite run. Like it could be E whatever number, honestly. It's just that my CPU cannot handle it. I don't know if this is going to get like nerfed in the future. If you can, anyone with like strong PC willing to try this one out, see if we can get like E100, E whatever number, E2 million maybe. without melting the CPU, of course. Best coin, silver coin, 1.5 E7. Best combo. Hunts the most valuable coin, then disappears. I guess. That was good, that was good, that was good. Most I saw apparently was my friend saying she saw someone get to E1179. That's a really strong PC, holy shit. Yeah, literally infinite with this loop. Honestly, yeah, that's actually infinite. It's just that my PC cannot handle it anymore. It's a tad bit unfortunate, but I also had a shit ton of fun with it. Pink. Oh yeah, this is perfect. Animal and plant coins. Every hunt has a 50% chance to spawn shit. Oh, poo coin. Fertilizes, then destroy. I cannot pin it. Hiya. On exchange, you get an extra animal coin. So there should be a lot of new coins here, no? Just need to set up a macro to click end round and start round and let it go forever. Yeah. And then see when does the PC break. Let's try biologist. One price slot. Yeah, and buy chips? Oh. I still love this one though. Biology is my favorite. I don't know if the combo potential is especially higher than any other one, but the animal and plant coins are really funny. Oh, I'll give it a try. I gotta sleep though, it's almost 5. Oh my god. I'm gonna get some sleep too, it's 5. Oh my god. See, this is what I feel like I'm in Southeast Asia, I'm from Malaysia, and then when I stream people, it's like early in the morning, it's like I feel bad sometimes. But still, hope you guys have good EP. Good EP. Thanks again for the raid too, so doggin. So the doggin. Thank you, have good EP. Plus 3% shop prices per reroll. All previous effect remain. Oh, so you have the cookie and then you have the blue ticket? Did we have cookie just now? I feel like towards the end there's 0 cookie going on. Thank you, Reno.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know how it's supposed to sound like. Ooh, ooh. Blue, take it. It's time to lose the game, right? I played 2 run and I won. And then I won? Looks like manager wasn't too much for you. I'd say biologists will even be more fun. First, here's a wolf coin for you. It'll hunt nearby bunny. The hunter coin will destroy the target coin and gain its value. Before I go, let me drop a bunny coin for you. You know, it would be nice if I can see anything here. Sound like it was having a good time. I want to have a good time too. Oh. 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 They even have a little bark that's kinda cute. Water coin? Water... By touching them then destroyed? What the... what? Butoin? And Sitoin? What the fuck is a Butoin and a Sitoin? I mean, I know what Sitoin is, but Butoin? What's a Butoin? Ooh, then bunny is fun, no? Butoin. Coin chasing, but like flower but oh, batoin. It's no butoin. Oh, right. Butoin. Funny. Where's the doggo? Oh, I see the doggo. Okay. Lotusoin? Lotusoin. Destroys any shit it touches that breathe a water? Be the Lotusoin. How do I get shit? Pet toilet. At round start, there's a chance for animal coins to spawn shit. I guess. Alright, let's have Lotusoin. Those funny coins gonna be fucking... Yeah. I don't have bunny coins though. Was even when hunting Queen key, mushroin, shitcoin, burn futoy. I love the name, burn futoin. Rotten choco coin, rotten bananoin, rotten corn coin. Oh, that's very normal. Salted fish oin. Bad apple coin. Oh, even the bad one. Ooh. Budoin. Can I have a but? Oh. Let's have another lotus coin. That's a lot of shit coin. The doggo noises are so cute though. I think I need that early on. This could help for now. A parent coin spawned a child coin with 10% more value than itself. Oh, okay. Bunny coin. Furry clip? Huh. 0.4 score rate per animal coin in clip. Oh, in clip. Oh no, that suck. But it's furry clip though. 0 coins. Set value of coins it touches to 0. Oh my god, that's kind of scary. Alright. Did the Wolfoin... I think the Wolfoin jumped down. What is this? Monkey coin? Picks up nearby coins to fertilize Udoin, Sidoin, and Corn coin. +5 every hunting Bananoin. Iron stomach. Each hunt earns plus 0.2 score, right? But I don't have Wolfoin anymore, no? Oh, they're trying. Oh. No. Ooh, bunny. Oh my god, they're gonna breed so much. Let's go. Just like when the Kobo is around the dragon. Oh, wait, what? Tower stacking? Okay. I want to be around dragon. Say no. Oh fuck. Wait, no. Wait, I didn't know Rollins is still here. Well, it's fine. It's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Breeding buff. Children gain plus 20 value. I'm not seeing any like Sidoin or whatever doing going on, right? Character and card. Oh, everyone has a 50% chance to spawn shit. Exchange, you get an extra animal coin. Oh, wait, I need to exchange. What am I doing? Let's get this one. One reroll. One bunny coin. Lotus coin. Let's get Lotus coin. Get this for funsies. Right, here we go. Funny coin, Lotus coin. Alright, I'm just doing this for funsies actually. Wish pool coin, giraffe coin. Ooh, oh my god. Fish coin, funny. I won't get one in shop. Whoa, whoa! It likes. Hi, likes. Welcome, likes. Okay, let's get Wotoin. Some clip expansion. Domain expansion. T-coin? Oh, it's hen coin. Round start breed 2, where any dit or dit is scored. 10% flying back. Oh, I want it. Bishoin. On exchange, spawn 2 water next round Next round weaken. Okay. Lotus Wine. Okay. Okay, coin. Plus 40 tickets when hunting chicken, mouse, and fish wine. Huh. One more. Jenga. Ring though. Use Wotoin for 2 spin slots for bonus coin reward. I think that's good, no? Ne. Lotus Coin. Lotus Coin and the coin. Okay. I'm gonna go in and shake. Put in every coin possible. Exchange. Oh, it's wolf coin and witch wine. I'm just putting everything in there. I hear frog. Fish wine. Price slots are full. Rat can eat uncommon prize ball. Giraffe coin. Giraffe coin. Let's upgrade this one. Ne. T-coin. I like T-coin. Oh, wish pool coin. White hole. Exchange. Meow. The animal coins are kind of funny. Oh wait, I didn't even get the target. I'm dum-dum. I messed up. Kobo messed up. I didn't check. I mean, it's close. Maybe this one can help. There we go. No problem. Raccoin. Jump backwards and +1 value to Wotoin. In play after 5 coins inserted. More coin. I'm not even thinking about synergy right now. I'm just trying to make this work by buying everything. Target score plus 10%. There's 5 of them. Bishoin. I don't like monkey. Simple bowl. When hunting, hunter coins gain 100% more of target's coin value. Is anyone hunting? I kind of want this one. Police dog though. Okay. And I just need to exchange it and then I'll be fine. Lotus coin. Ooh, mine. Lotus coin. One more. Ooh, chicken. I think this is good. Let's play the next round. Get all the coins, all the heckin' shiny. More coins. Never enough. I had a crazy run just now. I had a crazy run. I had E83 and it's an infinite loop. I stopped only because my PC cannot handle it. Hi Zrin. Hi Weird. Let's play. must be a wishing well somewhere. Oh, the frog is going crazy. Jump across the value and transfer value to... Oh, Lotusoin! Is it eating the Lotusoin? Oh, this is not it, I feel like. Oh no. Oh my god, frog. I'm trying to go back to basics. I'm trying to push the prices down. UFO? UFO, good. I might be able to come back. Oh, yo? Maybe? And I got only one prize ball. The frog is actually sabotaging. Alright, let's... we? Are those ice creams breathing and shooting each other? Yeah, they're shooting out coins. Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's just, you know, ice creams. Yeah. Chic. Oh, it just keeps giving me the prize ball. Oh my god. Unfortunate, I think this is the run. And the frog is just fucking... No. Kobo's angry. Good luck. 18, 11, 26. Guess I get 26, why not? In beta player used to break the game hard, I seen it. Yeah, I broke it too. Also, hi Carmine. Hey. Sell it. Oh, it doesn't spawn coin. Yeah. Well, we have autofill. I still don't know what triggers autofill, but I'll take it. Look at the frog, I swear. More prize ball. I mean, there's 5, but still. No coin anymore. No. We won the first 2 runs, but we cannot do the 3rd one. I mean, the second one was crazy though. I had like E83 and then I lost. Well, I didn't lose, but my PC couldn't handle it, so. Oh, well, that's my first loss. Lose a run is an achievement? Silver pickaxe. Spawn 1 more coin? Raw ore coin? Flu planet? Coins becomes animal planet coins when the prize ball lands nearby. However, inserting coin has a 50% chance of... What? That's kinda scary, no? Hey! Let's try again. Yeah. Lotusoin? I don't think I can exchange as much on my early game. Water, Lotusoin. Can I throw it in? Oh, it needs shit, not water. Oops.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2
Get a
minutes.
little bit more in, I think. Kobodoin. Ooh, I want a Kobodoin. Kobodoin get nutri when fertilized by water, shit, rotten bananoin, and corn coin. That food nutrient grows a coin flower. Coin flower. Coin towers grow from plant coins, flower tree corn. I have no idea what's going on. But that's okay. I'm just going to buy this tree and hope for the best. I'm just gonna hope for the best. Oh, shop inflation. Oh, we already did it. But we still have the bad coins here. I try to push them down. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Fish even more coin? Yeah. I should exchange a few times. Because I get this. Actually, exchanging is very worth it here. Oh, back coins here. No back coins? Okay. Mythic coin fish. Retain unused coin at round end. Increased chance of buy one free one. I want to buy one free one. Oh. This is good. And these two. Get this one. We need silver pen. Wish pool coin is really good. Let's get this one for now. Too soon? Wait. Right, let's play. We'll put this one in. Throw everything in. Then we can exchange. Put this.
I'm doing it, I'm doing it. Yeah. Throw it in. Shake it. Alright. Doing? What's the doing? Ooh, a foin. Okay. And a raccoon paw? Sure. Oh, it's getting dark. Let me go open up the lights real quick. Oh, just a little bit. Chat, I have a secret. Ooh. I actually like being called a little boat sometimes, like being addressed as little, like small, tiny. Something about that just makes me feel happy. Wink wonk. I don't know why I'm saying that now, but it's something. I don't want... I forgot about this. I see one size difference. No more. It's not exactly like size difference. Maybe? I'm not too sure actually, but I just kind of like it. I kind of like it when being addressed as small. But I never really like put myself in a situation where... Actually I did, right? Actually I did. You know what? Maybe I'm into size difference. I don't know. Maybe I am. Yeah. It's a gaming. Oh, I already did it. Alright, make it simple bowl. I don't know. Get 2 of these and lotus soin. More bonnet. Actually, I want this one. And size difference to be a heckin' vibe. You know what? Yeah, it does. It totally does. I'm a Kobo. Okay, we did it. Let's just spam everything in. I like this one. Would be pretty common between Kobo and Dragon as well. Yeah. Very common. What the coin? The coin chicken. 30% chance for animal coin to spawn shit. It's only 30% though. It's not exactly that good, but I want it still. Butoin? Okay. Oh, are we horny again? It's only Friday. Horny Saturdays later? No! It's horny every day, Jay. I'm a Kobo. It's okay. I'm a Kobo. Wow, it's a multi-headed bold. It's a multi-headed bold. Oh my goodness. You say that like it stops at some point. It doesn't. I'm a bold. I'm insatiable. Oh, tower second. Let's go. Go giraffe. Giraffe. It's at the shop. Hindi. Chocolate box. Chocolate box could be good. There. Chicken hoof. When hunting, that's a lot of hunting. Sure. One more. Putoin. Cloverine? Cloverine. Insatiable is right. Spooden nose. Legs nose. Oops. Okay, let's go for the next one. Oh my god. Hiya. I'm super duper fast. Okay, that was good. I wanna shake it. Frogoin? Oh, next round has this. Let's buy these two. Money bag. Silver fertilizer. All coins from giant plants gain +1 value. What are giant plants though? I haven't seen any of them. Am I just playing it badly? I think so. Here, buy that one. Glue. And Kobo loves glue. Ooh, this one's fun though. Kobo is stretchy, that's for sure. I don't know about insatiable. Kobo is quite easy to break. No, not this one. This one is insatiable. Or at least I would like to think so. Point hole. And then wee. Oh my god. Sell. Exchange. Oh my god, it just explodes. That's a big fish. Hey, we did it. Let's get the coins in. Let's get in. Coins hunted. What? Wolf doll? Area of effect from price is expanded. I'll throw you the Sally the next time she's feeling spicy. I'm okay with that. I like it, huh? I don't know. Let's get the area of effect from prices expanded. That gets Kobo excited, Jade. Oh no. Yikey peaky, I am out of control today. Chaos. One more. One more. One more. Ooh. I guess we do need one lightning coin. Okay. Let's put the rule. What? Zeus! I didn't know you're streaming. Oh my goodness. Hi, Zeus. Oh, thank you. we're playing this Dota? Oh, did you got any win or did you like shout at anyone else? I cannot imagine Zeus being angry at Dota though. But still, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hero they made a joke with is very broken. Is it because of April Fool's joke or something like that? They gave Doom 6 on all his numbers, and 6 is a very strong number. 6? I'm not too sure what that is. Break the game! Yeah! Oh my god, there's so many noises going on. I love it. The hero is meant to be the devil. Oh! Oh, that's a little monkey. Monkey, yeah. What's going on? Why is the congestion going on? And 666 is the devil's number. Oh, right. I forgot about that actually. So they gave him a bunch of 6 on all his skills. So it's like a new hero, and he's very strong. So everyone in the game is gonna be playing them. Is gonna be playing the devil then. What the funny white hole? This one, this one. One more time. Chicken. Okay, saying that. 2 more items sold? Okay, it's maxed out. They just made all the numbers here with FB6? Oh. So even the damage they do is also just 6. Yes. Well, there's a lot of things that's going on. Oh, that's way far. I hope that works. Hi, Solar. Might be able to do it, I think. Oh, not when the frog keeps doing that. Oh, okay, we did it actually. I'm just gonna get it all in. Hope Solar is doing it. Monkey. Two more items sold. Sure. max? Okay. One more time. Three, two. Oh, that's pretty good, I think. Resets each round. Oh, I guess that could be good. Yeah. Okay. What? What are they hunting? Why are you hunting? Jump back. What? You're not hunting anything. What are you hunting? When hunting something, at least the red is hunting, but the frog just jumps backwards. Oh, the breeding is already gone. Don't really have a little synergy with the biology. It's kind of hard to make it work. Maybe I just don't know what I'm doing for now. To me currently, it's like I'm just kind of buying whatever coin there is and just like spamming it, and hopefully they'll do the work on their own, but clearly I need more knowledge with this. I could just like go in and hoping that it would do good. No more coin. What? Oh. Yeah, that's it. I cannot do anything now. Unless, maybe there's a chance. If one price can be pushed down, there's a chance of winning. Small, tiny chance though, but a chance, a chance. I'm hoping this will go down actually, but it doesn't feel like it. Unless I shake it? I'm doing it. Okay. Put this to this. Oh, is it like the autofill just happens when there's not enough coins in one place? And then the autofill just happens, I think. Let's keep the coins for now. Oh, I'm not even close. Oh? Tower maybe? That's a big tower, oh my god. You know shit is about to go right when monitor window comes out like this. Ooh. That's a tower and a half. Problem is I don't know how to put it in. Oh. Frog? Oh my god, frog. The frog just pushes them in. Do it again. Oh. Oh. I had to. Yeah, it's like when the place is empty, autofill comes in. That must be how it works. I think we have a small chance of doing this. Like, extremely small though. Not when the frog keeps doing that, honestly. Hmm? So is this one of those games that Kobo will play for 11 hours straight? It's... no... 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 Not 11 hours straight, maybe... 13? No, I'm not obsessed. No. 3 days? Oh shit. I know what happened to the fishing game. No, that didn't happen. Lies, I say. No. This might help. 18. No, that's not gonna help. One more. I need one more. If this one can go down, would be nice. Gaslighting. You're so toxic. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be didn't mean to be toxic like this. Okay, I'm obsessed. Like I just like games like this. It's a game where it's a simple premise, right? You just push coins in, but then the satisfaction is there when things go right. It's like, it feels really good. I got top. Okay. You can gaslight me all you want. I actually not too sure what gaslight means, to be exact. Second view. Another tower. Another tower. Okay. I mean, I'm not getting any good progress towards the target, but I sure as heck can try. Ooh. That's all of your number 9. I already wasted. Because this one's already full. No. That's unfortunate. It's when you like, if someone says you spent $20 on beer yesterday, and you go, no I didn't, you remember wrong, knowing full well that you did spend $20 on beer. It's when you deny the objective reality of another person, as far as I understand. Oh, wow, wait, that's gaslighting? Ooh, that's really bad. I should stop doing that. Oh, that's a last autofill. Oh, I wasn't doing it? No. But still, I would prevent. I would avoid. More coin. I mean, I'm not doing it honestly. You're being which is not the same. Gaslighting is malicious. Oh, yeah, the intent. Right. Get down. Hey. Oh. Need one more. I mean, I can sell this. I'm selling it. Oh yeah, there's no more autofill. Oh, the smallest tower. Oh. That's such a tiny tower. Yeah, I'm not doing it this one. I don't have enough like score rate and just money in general. Like that. Oh. You're fine. Okay. But the tower nonetheless, true. I can see how this game would be addictive. Yeah, I spend... Well, it says I spent 3 hours on demo because I have too many games I want to play, but on the full game like this, I guess I can spend a lot more time than just 3 hours, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. No more coin. I cannot do anything with this anymore. No. And Kobo couldn't do it. I get that we slay this party too sometimes, just one more run 3 hours later. Yeah, it's like the... It's the nature of roguelike games, I'm pretty sure. When it comes to roguelike games, because you never know what the next run is going to be, so it's like, oh, just one more. This one's unlucky, so I want to do one more. It's that mindset. I'm well aware, but I just cannot help it. Because it's roguelike game. That was a good one. Hunts the most valuable nearby animal coin, 1 hunt per round. On exchange, breed of what? Bean coin? Unmodifiable when spawned, flies to scoring zone. Creditoin? When scored, lose ticket equal to depth? What? Oh, it's Citoin. I actually have Citoin now. Stomachoin? When players spawn a... Oh. The Stomachoin looks kind of fucked up. Pijoin? +3 value when hunting. Hunting corn or popcorn. Just yummy. Unless love? Unless corn coin less than 3, more than 3? When inserted poops 4 to 9 shit. That's way too real game, god damn it. Hey. When any wolf-wine hunts, gain all wolf-wine gain +1 hunt. Oh. Warm hen house. When chicken is hunted, becomes egg instead of being destroyed. Whoa. Red chef. Red can cook nearby ingredients. Value ×2 for dishes cooked by... What? What am I playing? A cage figurine? Oh. I love a good cage. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was also talking to Addict on Discord how interesting it is that I keep running into people I know in other people's chats. Like how I recommended you to Addict. Then you follow Addict for like 4 years and I find Breen. Then I find a Breen some more in your chat. Yeah. World, well, I wouldn't say world, but Twitch feels small sometimes. Which is very interesting. Like a lot of people that I know, or like a lot of people from my chat is also like I met from other people's stream as well. It's like it's honestly such a cool thing. And furry Twitch is both very large and yet somehow small. Yeah. It's because I follow a bunch of transfers and they're all cuties and they follow each other. Oh, that could be too. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it stores my best round score. Look, I had a crazy run. Transfer used to be heckin' awesome too. I still cannot believe that I'm trans when I'm in Malaysia, honestly. I mean, I only identify myself as trans on Twitch. In real life, no way. I just cannot do it. I don't want to risk my life doing it. But at any point that I'm able to go through HRT, which is extremely unlikely, like both eating medicine and also medical condition wise, I feel like I just can't. And so because of that, sometimes I just feel a little... Sometimes I feel very weird, like in real life people ask me, it's like, hey, what's your like pronouns and stuff and what's your name? So sometimes I still go by my old name because I don't want to like I mean, I look nothing of the I look nothing of sort. Like I look entirely unchanged, right? And then here I am still like identifying myself as trans, right? I mean, on Twitch I guess that's fine because I'm presenting myself as this little kobold, right? Lick everyone. Mega dragon lick. Yeah, gonna protect myself first and foremost. So yeah, when it comes to like, in real life, unless it's someone that I know on my Twitch, and also someone I know personally that I trust, then I'm okay with introducing myself as Tiura and, you know, trans and stuff. These are all the trans friends I subbed right now. Some expired. Oh, so that's Brim, me, Attic. Oh, I actually didn't know Attic is trans. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Oh, Breezy. Yeah, I heard of Breezy. Crotor, no. Oh, there it is. Bagel, no. Ati? I think I heard of Ati. Oh. Unnamed? No. I think I heard of Ati from Tikri as well years ago, but I never really like interacted with their streams as much. Atikashide, oh, understood. Kobo will remember. Ati is an old follower of yours. Oh, okay. I'm just... Look, despite me... Okay, I think I'm gonna call it a day actually. I'll play this more, but I also need to do art someday. Like... I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh shit, well, there goes my brain. Happens way too much. She keeps telling me I inspired her to start streaming and stuff before I began to feel too bad to stream, which always makes me happy that I had an impact. Ooh, yeah, that's amazing. I honestly don't know if I have any impact with my streams and stuff. No idea. like I heard people impacting other, like I heard other streamers impacting their viewers being like more courageous to be upfront about their identities and stuff is like, that's amazing, right? I even like, even from, yeah, the recent one, that I hear is Celeste. So Celeste inspired a lot of people to like come out as their own identity, right? Which I think is like absolutely amazing. I don't know if I have that um that that influence. I think that's the word, right? Since I mean, I identify myself as trans, but I don't really like announce it to other people in real life. So, hey, you make me happy. I can say that much. You always cheer me up. Well, I guess that's an impact, right? I'll take it. Thank you. Being open about it on Twitch is still being open about it publicly, so I think it inspired people for sure. Oh. I think it inspired people for sure. Maybe. It may not feel much, but existing as your authentic self, it can be hugely impacting on folks. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't necessarily need to be like someone being upfront in my chat telling me that, hey, you changed my life. I'm like, no. Yeah, that was weird of me to think about that bit. Wait. Mm, mm, I'm looking. Mm, mm, mm. I kinda wanna rate. Oh, I wanna rate Bokurnoot. Apparently, Bokurnoot is also from Southeast Asia. Oh my god, fellow Southeast Asian streamer? Holy shit. Let's rate Bokurnoot. You least know that you make me happy. You're very kind and you're very kind and caring, always listen, and you're welcoming and sweet. I'm sure others feel the exact same, and that's great. But sometimes I feel like I vent so much though. We still remember I inspired a coworker to be more of themselves, and when they switched jobs, they came as trans. It still warmed my heart. All because I wore some nail polish to work. Oh, that's heckin' amazing. Thank you. I'm so afraid of going through HRT, honestly. I mean, obviously, changing, like going through HRT in Malaysia is probably extremely scary. But let's not talk about that, right? Like me myself is like, I feel afraid of going through HRT because I heard that it's like a constant eating medicine situation, right? You need to take the pills, and then here I am already eating a lot of pills every day, and it's like, if I want to if I want to take more, it just feels a little bit right? It feels a little bit and also about the, if I were to go through HRT, and I'm pretty sure I need to change my own identification stuff, right? Like government issued identification card, or like passports, or like just government issued things, right? It's probably gonna be pain. No. Maybe. That one I'm not too sure, but when I think about that, it's just like, scary. Don't let the bastards grind you down, as they say. At first, at first, when I identified as trans, and then there were a few, chatters that just went to my stream and just started spouting like transphobic phrases, right? And that used to bring me down a lot, but now it's just like, oh, just just troll stuff, and they just ban them, and they just like go along my stream and stuff like that. I won't get too affected by those things way too much now. But then back then it used to bring me down hard. Like I remember there's like a transphobic chatter that just comes in and spouts some extreme shit. And then I lost all my interest to stream anymore, so I just stopped there and there. But now I'm more thick skinned now. I'm a kobold and more thick skinned now. Also been inspired by other trans beings on Twitch, in particular Bailey. Oh, Bailey is fucking amazing. Being with her for Tight Tales was so amazing, was exactly the kind of break in inspiration and positivity that I needed. HRT for me is 3 pills a day. Changing your IDs is more up to you. I've not updated my gender or anything to ease travel, at least for now. I may update it in the future. Oh. But won't it be like when they check your ID and then they look at your face, especially during flights, or like anything that's government issued things that you have to go through procedure? It's gonna be like weird, no? That's why they do it. They want to drive people off. Spread hate because they are backwards and uneducated. Yeah, because back then I never have this like. Back then I was still so like naive, right? And then I was like, oh, the place is a wonderful place. World is a wonderful place. Everything is sunshine, rainbow. But then after streaming for like 3 years back then, and then the first time, I mean, honestly, no, let's not even say being trans, right? When I first started streaming Jackbox Party, and then that's when I first I first tasted the hatred that is the internet people, right? So I was playing Jackbox Party games with randoms on chat, right? With randoms, and oof, so many bannable things being drawn there, being said there. So I was like, ooh, yeah, shit. The first taste of hate. Could you immigrate to the EU maybe? Given the view of LGBTQ people in Malaysia, perhaps you could get asylum? I'm not too sure if I can immigrate to the EU. Depends on the airport you're at, but none of the airports I've been to have asked or argued about it. Only once at security was I asked my gender, and it was because they had to perform the pat down, but no one has looked at my passport and scrutinized me about it. That's very reassuring. Oh, right. I didn't think about that. Maybe my face is not gonna change drastically. Yeah. I know that there are people who flee to Sweden from the Middle East because they're gay or trans and risk being subjected to hate and violence in their home country. There are also countries in Southeast Asia that are much more trans and queer friendly. Thailand is mostly fine, and I believe Taiwan is also pretty good. Thailand and Taiwan is pretty good. Like Thailand is the first I believe the first Southeast Asian country to legalize same gender marriage. And when it was like approved, the legislation and everything is approved, approved by law and everything, and then Terix and Zephy immediately do a like marriage over at Titels, I believe last year or 2 years ago. I think it was amazing stuff. Right? It's so amazing. They even live stream about it too. It brought me tears of joy. Maybe I'm like a very emotional kobold, right? But I cry very easily. I cry very easily. I blush very easily. Uh, yeah. I suppose that it would be easier to moving to the EU, since there are also Mandarin speaking people in Southeast Asia, more so than EU. In the distance, nothing wrong with having emotions to help everyone who thinks otherwise. Yeah. I mean, I love my family, but my family doesn't allow me to have emotions. They just want me to feel, they just want me to be happy all the time. I'm not allowed to be sad, so maybe that's why I vent a lot on my stream. to me, I live the perfect life, right? No, to them, I live the perfect life. Because I'm like the youngest kid in the family. I'm the only male, well, biologically male in the family. I have 4 sisters. I'm like the perfect, the perfect life in like complete perfect. Everything is like the best. But like no, no. I'm like I don't shit. I don't care. I have like 4 sisters or like I'm the only male in the family, biologically male in the family. I'm being neglected like fuck all, right? Only when I got diabetes, then I'm being cared for a little bit, and then it stopped again. So it's like no, I don't. I mean, sure, there are like some good stuff happening, but it's not as perfect as they think. And I still have emotions. I cannot just laugh all the time. It's why it's so draining to be around people because I do it all the time and as I'm used to keeping up with a friendly face even though I feel like shit. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that. Exactly that. 100%. 100 hacking percent. I'm yapping again. Sorry, I didn't mean to suddenly go on a tangent like this. Will I give into No, I've went too much. I'm getting hot. I'm lucky I don't have to mask that often anymore. Only very specific situations. Hope you both will be able to make less at some point. It is training. Honestly, me too. You're fine. I must constantly, and it's. Bleh. I get that. I get that. It's. Ugh. It's so draining that I'm just glad that I get to stream for this long in a day. Right? So that I can be myself as long as possible. Like honestly after stream I just have to put on the smiley face for my family and be like, "Hey, what's up? You all good?" And then my sister would be like, "Oh, teaching is hard. The kids are hard. Like parents are like hard to deal with. Like, yeah. It's like they only they can vent because they do like work, like actual work. But then to me, it's like I'm not doing anything. I mean, sure, I love being here, but it could be like a little bit tiring after a while, right? Being that I need to constantly, well, maybe not constantly, definitely not constantly, but just yapping a lot. It is kind of like tiring after a while, right? And then focusing on two screens constantly, it can be kind of tiring. But they don't want that. Right? They're like, I'm not working at all, because to them I'm just sitting on a chair playing games and doing nothing. I guess it's understandable how they think about that, but still it feels kind of shit, because to them I'm like lazy and not doing anything, but I'm paying the bills, so I don't know how the fuck. I mean, of course mom is paying the bills as well, but still. And Kobo, yep is in nature. That's true. It's also why having spaces like this where folks can take off the facade and just be, it's so wonderful. Yeah, it honestly makes living a lot easier. Thank you. It's very important. 99% sure I'm autistic, but I won't get an evaluation because I keep camouflaging so well that they don't think I'm autistic. The mental health service in Sweden keeps refusing getting me evaluated, even though I've taken a ton of questionnaires with 80 to 120 questions, and they all say I need to be evaluated because I test so high. But then I also tested very high for camouflaging, so... That's rough. Wait. I'm sorry? No! No sorry. No sorry. I'll bite you instead. You're gonna get the cobalt. See these teeth I have? Look at that. Wow, they're sharp as heck. You're gonna get it now. Hey. I was asked if I was autistic by an autistic friend. Reason being, there seems to be an inexplicable attraction of autistic beings to each other. And then I learned that half the beings in a Discord server that I'm friends with are autistic, and I'm like, interesting. As far as I know, I'm not. If I am, it is very mild at best. Atira, you fished up a couple. Oh my god. Got a bunch of autistic friends who have never told me over the years that I should get evaluated. I also got autism on both sides of my family. My family don't think mental issue is real. But then again, this is like typical Asian family, so it's understandable, honestly. I'm gonna get food. And Kobo hungry. And Kobo want food. Let's rate a poker. Kind of seems like all signs point to yes. Lower end of the spectrum, but there's some things in my life I really struggle with, like making friends and breaking routines. Oh, making friends is tough for me. I'm just extremely afraid to talk to people. Yeah, making new routine is also scary. Like, to me, it's like when I wake up, I go do morning stuff, I go eat, and then come back, and then I'm here, right? Breaking that and then needing to go somewhere else hurts my mental a lot, especially when like it's supposed to be my streaming time, and then sometimes when there's like this things that I need to do, or like I have to like something happens and I cannot stream, that hurts my soul. It's like, oh fuck. I also have sleep troubles. I hyper focus and stuff, gets very anxious in social situations. Same. I think, yeah, very anxious on social situations. That's very me. I luckily don't sleep problems. I think I hyper focus on art sometimes. Compulsive thoughts at times, but yeah, apparently I'm not autistic enough, whatever that means. Like, it's funny how not autistic enough is a phrase. Like, it's crazy. Right? It's crazy how people can say not autistic enough. Like, what does that even mean? Do you want people to like go full on ballistic autistic and then they'll be like, oh yeah, you pass in the autistic scale. Let me get you into the evaluation thingy. It's like, oh, I don't get that. I've been rejected in evaluation twice with them saying the reason why is that I talk too well and tell jokes. Didn't they mention that you're very well at masking and they acknowledged that? Gosh. Two things I've worked on and am very good at using for camouflaging since I was a kid. Yeah, exactly. Right? That's like saying you're not gay enough or you're not trans enough. Like, gay is gay, trans is trans. There's no in between. Or I don't think there's in between. Other than if you identify yourself as non-binary, then by all means, more power to you. Also, yeah, talk well and tell jokes is like the private sector. Absolutely bull. I've talked with many autistic beings and they crack jokes all the heckin' time. Right? I feel like telling jokes is not. It's not a non-autistic people thing. Word? I think I said what I meant. Evolution is like 3K? Jesus. Yeah, it's dumb. Eat very dumb. And then an evaluation of private sector costs 3K is even more dumb. Speaking of, I actually don't know if there's like a government funded mental health institute actually. I don't think it's a thing in Miri. I think. Swedish mental health services are also really underfunded, so it's mostly the big reason why they don't want to waste resources on someone who sort of functions in public. Oh, I guess that explains a bit. Because it sounds like maybe they're only looking for the most extreme cases and it's not going to fit most people. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. Fuck. Shit. Shit. Save like 3K USD to go private. Well, that's a big money, but it's huge money. Gosh. We'll see. It's cheaper than in the US. Oh. Oh, I heard US is like their healthcare system is extremely fucked up. There might be ways for you to get it cheaper too. I have to look into it. And hopefully you can get it cheaper because 3K is ridiculous. A lot of health related cost tends to be. US is in a very fucked up situation right these days. It's like Kind of why I hope to have Turkey live with me someday. Yeah, alright. Ixon lives in. We were talking about the map yesterday. Wisconsin? I forgot. I've lost friends because they've not sought help in the US because they couldn't afford it. Then it goes too far, they get too sick and die. 2 friends who have passed away because of this. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's extremely rough. Treatable stuff that went untreated because it's so expensive and they hadn't had insurance. Right? Gosh. It is such a fucking unfortunate thing to happen. Man. Yeah. And sometimes I do like scared. Sometimes I feel scared for my to people that I know that lives in the US, especially what is happening these days, right? I'm not gonna dwell too much into the politics, but if you read the news, then yeah, it's like how things are getting there soon. Fair people in the US are getting ready, getting really sick of how things function, right? I mean, there's no way. Like, I feel like there is a distinct lack of 人权. How do I say 人权? Give me a second. Let's go translate.google.com. Oh, human rights. A distinct lack of 人权. So, yeah. Also, sorry for the flashbang. I know the Canadian healthcare system isn't perfect and my province in particular is whack, but I can still get a cast for my broken ankle and not worry if I can afford food for the month because of it. I hope they start to work to better the situations. I have so many friends in the US suffering right now. Yeah. It's honestly so painful and scary. I had to help a friend with rent yesterday because him and his mom would have been kicked out otherwise. But the job market is so fucked there now, and she's not on unemployment benefits. Ah? Yeah, that's losing unemployment benefits is fucked up. I wonder if there's unemployment benefits in Malaysia. Unemployment benefits. Malaysia? EIS and SOCSO? Ooh. His mom is literally don't talk to anyone because it all just automated. A bunch of chat bots and shit, so she can't get any help. She only got an appointment for 9 months. Wasn't warned when it was about to expire. What? Oh, fuck. It's like when they use chatbots to respond to people who actually needs help, it's like the most fucked up shit. It offers temporary financial aid 3 to 6 months, job search allowances, and retaining fees to ensure private sector employees who lose their job due to retrenchment. Oh. Reduce income allowance for those losing one of multiple jobs. Ooh. I should look into this. I mean, not that I'm actually unemployed, but I'm working 2 days a week feels like unemployment. Is it though? I don't know. I mean, I'm just like lucky that I can work 2 days a week, and then the rest of the days I'm allowed to stream and stuff like that. It's like, ooh. Ooh. I had to go read them on Texas statutes and stuff. And she was supposed to be contacted by someone so they could try to set something out so she wouldn't lose her unemployment while still looking for work. But they fired a ton of people in the state and in the federal government, as well. Oh shit! So there aren't any people to help, so the system doesn't work anymore. Oh, sounds about how things are happening right now. Yeah, her son, who works part time, has had to pay for everything, and now he had to ask me to help them pay half of the rent. Yeah, US is in a really rough spot. Like, really, really rough spot here. Ooh. I sincerely wish, like, they can better this situation soon. His mom has got a job now, and it's also part-time and not enough, so we'll see. I mean, I don't know them, but I wish all the best for them. That sounds like a really tough situation to go through. I'm glad I can help though when the situation gets better. Me, big help. No, I mean, I'm renting. I'm I'm renting, and I think, I mean, since we're talking about these, to me personally, I think it's totally fine to rent. I think the room is right here, so been thinking about it since yesterday. I can imagine why. It's a scary thing to think about. I will hug the meat. I hug the meat. Oh, Booker Dude is doing a be right back. Wait, they have the clippy thing. You know, like when they give a shout out and then a random clip plays. I'm always terrified of that because I have a few clips of mine that's like extremely old that shows my face. It's like, oh my god. That's why I'm always scared of like raiding into like people who shout out and just plays a random clip. It's so scary to me, honestly. It's also why I don't do that on my channel. I just why do all the best beans have to live so far away? I know, right? Gosh, I hate it. Can't you remove clips you don't want to keep? I think that one is like someone told me that even if the clip is removed from the clip page, it takes from it takes from the internal server or something. I don't know, but it just doesn't remove from the clippy thing. It's removed from Twitch, but it's not from. It's from what I heard anyway. So someone told me about it, so I just didn't. I don't bother to remove the old clips. And I guess having old clips there is also nice. I can have to travel halfway around the world to see some of these beans. Being Swedish in the ferry is a pain in the butt in Pole, so I can't go anywhere. You know what? I feel the same. Pain in the butt. Attending Scotia Con next year, so I get to see all my UK beans. Ooh. Heck yeah. Never heard of Scotia Con though. Oui. I was looking at Discord for a bit just now. Oh, is this a hangout here? Yep, yeah, swell. More. I think meat is swell too. Scotia Con is awesome. It's where I got to meet Woofles in my first official con along with Vixen. Oh, wow. Okay, okay. Meat is swell. Oh, that is true. Kobo agree. Swole. Very easy to pick me up. Very easy. I want to get picked up. Yeah, anyways, I actually just gonna. I'm just gonna raid out. Sounds like a good idea. I don't feel like plugging for now. But let me just do a this. Actually, I'm gonna let's do a speed plug. How about that? Meters like 10 feet 6. How big is that? I think that's really big, no? 10 FT 6 3.2 Metoru? Oh my god. Lex is 1 feet. I am 75 cm. 75 cm 2 feet. Oh, I'm 2 feet. I'm bigger than Lex. Haha. Lex small. You reach me its knees basically. It's a perfect height for uppies, I think. Mob's beans taller than me. I mean, Spooder's small. That's understandable. I have coffee. Pet. Hmm. Coffee good. Coffee nice. Coffee helps. Coffee. Coffee good. And Discord. Bah. I announced stream stuff over there. Also, Dragon Sipping Corner. My eyes were vacant just now. Oh no, I'm already eepy. It's already 7:30. What? It's already 7:30 p.m.? Alright, next time I get paid since I had to help my friend and stay with friends and such. It's okay. Me can keep your money. I think I'm in an okay spot here. I'm not in a I'm not exactly in a urgent situation, and it sounded like the people you helped that you mentioned just now seems to be more in need. So I'm words 你去帮他，不用帮我，他们好像比较重要。Chinese is easier, I think. Only hour left before lasers. I need food and shave. Go get food and shave, Flakes. Also, good luck with laser after. I'm gonna give to your coffee at some point. If well, if meat fancy helping, is it greedy? I don't know, but there's a monthly subscription thing. As low as $1 per month. That helps. That helps still. So.
Hey, you. Finally awake.
I got a home. I can live in that bucket. But what if I wanna give like 100 is so much? I mean it works too. Only if you feel like it and you can. So anyways, I don't have any more, but rate message. You better find enough deer for that. Huh? Why deer? 100 bucks? Isn't bucks money? Buck is Buck is a male deer? I didn't know. Wow, okay. It is also money. Yeah, I know buck is money, but I didn't know buck is male deer. Oh, good to know. English be silly. It kinda is. Wait, there's an ad break going on. I'm just gonna rate anyway. I'm a mini bold. Okay lah. I'm gonna type in the rate to Ompokunut. I'm still afraid of the clippy thing. If if an old clip of mine plays, I'm running away. I'm running away if there's an old clip going on. Okay, so I'm gonna let's rate in Pokken. Although before the raid, and Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. And here comes straight to a Pokémon. I kind of like that name though. Although I may be butchering that name. Thank you, Mead. I wonder if I press the rate now button. Happy Easter. Oh, is it Easter? My PC is like dying when the raid is going on. Weird. Oh, wait. I think I've been told. Is it trans visibility day? Oh, it's March 31st. Oh, it's already been a while. It's on Tuesday, Wednesday, about. Let's make it Trans Visibility Week. Happy Trans Visibility Week. Many good arts and posts from that. Oh, I missed it. On Tuesday, I was working my entire day. Happy to. Thank you, me. May I have a pose you'd like to see with the MU? Thank you, Spooter. Bye, bye. I'll wait for the timer to go down, right? Bye, bye. Take care.